category.
I don't even use
I'm
my
gonna have to
brain.
I'm gonna have to rethink my position here.
Yeah, you better start.
Mr. Tom, you ready?
I'm ready.
You're ready. All right, it's 6:01. Let's do this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight for our work session, we'll spend the next hour and 15 minutes, and what we'll do is discuss the FEMA flood zone that is about to go into effect within the city of Rawlins. We've got several goals for tonight. First off, we'll talk a little bit about how we got here through FEMA, and then we will explore the actual flood zone a little bit so we could get a definition, you get an idea of where the flood zone lies within the city limits, the items that are within that flood zone, and then most importantly tonight, we will discuss the proposed ordinance with council and many of the items that are within the proposed ordinance. The ordinance is essentially written by FEMA, and so it's their wording, but I would like to go over that with council so that you have a really good idea of the different items that are contained there. So that's kind of my agenda for tonight. I do have a PowerPoint that we have up on the screens a little bit there, and so we will dive in to the PowerPoint and a little bit kind of about how we ended up where we are and kind of what the status is. So real quick, just a definition of a flood zone from FEMA. It's a defined geographic area within a specific flood hazard risk. It represents the probability and impact of flooding on that area and is used to determine insurance requirements and costs. Flood zones are shown collectively on the flood map. So for the city of Rawlins and the FEMA flood zone, what we are looking at, the areas within the flood zone are within the area that we call a 100-year flood. Okay, that's what we would refer to it as, is that once every 100 years there's the flood that would occur. FEMA looks at it that every year there's a 1% chance of a flood happening there. So they're gonna look at it more of a probability every year than 100% within 100 years that there'll be a flood. They just look at it as 1% every year. And that is important for us to remember tonight throughout our discussion, because if we ask FEMA to reconsider the map, whether it's a flood zone or not, what we would have to do is show evidence that we have reduced the risk of that flood below the 1% each year. And that's what the LOMA or LOMAR is that we'll discuss. So knowing that it's 1% every year within that area. Flood maps identify areas in our community that are at risk for flooding and determining flood insurance. They also provide information to our local community for decisions on developments, renovations, and investments. So with the flood zone that FEMA has identified, which is essentially on the south side of Rawlins on Sugar Creek, what they are basically asking us through this ordinance and through these things is to treat that area how they would treat a flood zone, which means that we would have to limit the population growth towards that area, knowing that it is prone to flooding. Economic-wise, we would we would not want to develop those areas economically, because if the flood hits, we would lose all the businesses and things there. So a lot of what this flood zone and this flood area, it's like a land use and like a building code basically in that area. But that's why they came up with that. On the second page, why update risk information? Well, obviously as the town grows, it moves into different areas, and new infrastructure, population growth, updated technology, all these different things are reasons that we should look for these flood-prone areas and to manage those a little bit differently. So that's kind of why we're updating this and why FEMA has undertaken this study. So a little bit about how we got here. In 2016, which is about 8 years ago, they had the initial kickoff and discovery meetings. This is FEMA. So they got with the communities and everything, and they did an initial kickoff. In 2017, they gathered data. So they went to the communities, and a big part of what they did is they would put the topography in a map, and then they would have it rain on the map, and they would see what would happen. And that's kind of how they came up with this. But they gathered and developed the data in 2017. In 2018, they had a meeting where they reviewed the results with the communities. In 2020, they had preliminary maps were released. And then right after those preliminary maps were released in 2020, there was a 90-day appeal and comment period if you agreed or disagreed with the maps.
You know the dates of that 90-day appeal and comment?
It was
period?
2020.
All you know is the year.
I just know the year.
All right, thank you.
And the city of Rawlins did not submit any comments or concerns at that time. 2022, the revised preliminary maps were released. We were able to see where the flood zone was proposed. And then in 2024, June 19th, we received a letter that I have right here. That's the letter of final determination, which is FEMA's letter saying that the flood zone will be permanent at that time. There is a 6-month adoption period. So if you go from June 19th, 6 months forward, that's December 20th, 2024, and that is the effective issuance of their determination, so it'll go permanent on December 20th. So for us to move forward with the National Flood Insurance, FEMA does have an ordinance that they have prepared with their language in it, and they have sent that out, and we received that ordinance. Now, within the ordinance that we will touch upon here, it was about a 39-page document, the ordinance. And most of it is the building code. Okay, so if you're in a flood zone, here are the building codes basically that you have to have within that, those areas for new construction. And if you're existing in the flood zone, if you're already in the flood zone existing, there are certain things that you can do to show the national insurance, that you are taking your precautions and you're taking the things for the flood. And that is one way that you can lower the insurance premiums that will be assessed. And we will talk about that, but from the ordinance, it contains two different types of information. One is the minimum requirements that you have to adopt in order to be part of the program. And then the proposed ordinance also had several areas within it that are called the higher standard or the higher option. So we could choose to have a higher option than what the minimum requirements are. And so tonight, the ordinance that we will share with you here briefly is the minimum language that we need to have in order to be a participant within the plan. We can add the higher standard or higher options at a later date. But for now, we at least have to pass the minimum requirements, and so we do have that prepared for you tonight.
And if I may, the distinction between the minimum standards and the higher standards, which to help clarify what that means. Minimum standards is what keeps you in good graces with FEMA. And the city also, in our building code in Title 15, adheres to the International Building Code, which within that, it has flood-proofing standards and requirements for when you are building in a designated flood zone. Although we already apply those in our building code, FEMA requires, FEMA doesn't allow you to say, oh, we already do that. We're not gonna adopt a separate ordinance that just repeats what we already do. There are some subtle nuances in the language FEMA wants you to use. While we can format it differently, the words have to be the same. So that's part of the buy-in. Also, the IBC, the International Building Code, in their flood building standards, there are also more aligned, they're more strict than the minimum standards in the FEMA ordinance. So the higher standards that are referenced in the FEMA ordinance are actually already in place in the IBC. The designation, so there are two different things that are important to also understand. So there's the FEMA ordinance, and then there's the National Flood Insurance Program. They're two separate things, but they tie together with how they are applied to the city in adopting our participation in FEMA and the NFIP. Does anybody have any questions in regard to that?
Okay, on the next slide that you could see up is we've broke down the program participation in the National Flood Insurance. In the state of Wyoming, 19 out of the 23 counties participate within the program. And I do not know the 4 that do not participate. But we know that 19 of the 23 do. And of the 99 municipalities within the state, 66 participate within the program. Of the 33 that do not participate, 16 of those communities have mapped identified floodplain risks within their community. Okay, so that leaves the remainder without a flood risk within the community. And you can see listed there below the ones that have a mapped flood risk but do not participate. In it, the largest city listed there is Pinedale. Pinedale, when they went to the new requirements, they opted out of the insurance. And we know that Pine Creek runs right through Pinedale, and so we found that kind of interesting there. The rest of the communities listed there are very small in population, and we believe the reason they do not participate is just the enormity of the regulations and the things that you have to do for a small community. You know, they don't have the building inspectors, they don't have a lot of those things, and so they've just opted out.
Chris?
So what has happened with Pinedale since they've opted out? What are they gonna battle?
Well, so the major impact of opting out of this right now is that the community will not receive FEMA grants or FEMA funding if something were to happen within the community. So if there is a flood there, you know, or if they're looking for grants to do mitigation efforts, FEMA will not give those funds or allow those funds to go to that community.
We would be on our own essentially if we opted out.
Correct, yeah.
So if it wasn't flood related, could they still go to FEMA?
I believe.
Or is it for any, like
I
if they had a
believe
massive
it's-
fire, or mass
I believe it's the whole
catastrophe?
suite of FEMA.
They just couldn't go to FEMA for anything
Yep,
because they failed?
That's what we've been
Okay.
told. It was the whole suite of FEMA funding.
All right, thank you.
And we feel that there would be a risk with the city of Rawlins with our water line federal funding. That's not a documented risk, but we feel that we would put ourselves at risk there is how we feel, but it is not a documented. They won't say no, you won't, but for us, with all the federal funding coming, it is best to participate and with that, so. All right, on the next slide are the different zones, flood zones. And for the city of Rawlins, it's fairly simple because everything they mapped is in a zone A. And that's just areas where there is a high risk of flooding in communities participating in the NFIP. Homeowners, businesses with federally backed mortgages must purchase flood insurance. So the flood zone I identified for the city of Rawlins fits into the Zone A. There's a Zone D, a Zone B, and a Zone C that you can read that have different flood risks. But just know that we're in a Zone A, and so any federally backed mortgage of a home within that flood zone will be required to purchase flood insurance.
But wouldn't we be of a lower risk because you said it was a 100-year flood, but they don't,
Yeah, we are in
1%
Zone A.
annually.
They've mapped this Zone A.
Is that it, Tom? Is that where the zone A is because they're doing 1% annually instead of the 100% chance in 100 years?
100 years.
So I could imagine that's where that's coming from. Where if they would 100% chance in 100 years, then it'd be a
Well,
better scenario.
you'd think that
The
would-
Zone B has a designated base floodplains of lesser standards, you know, from the levees, from the 100-year, you know, so they're talking instead of more about the natural flooding, it's where there are levees or dams that would.
So that's inclusive of the one out here.
Yeah.
That's what
Outside
that,
of town, but that's only half of our issues is the structure at Hogback.
right,
We also have a structure closer to town, and I'll show you where that's at,
okay.
that we have to take into account.
What about the culvert piping that runs continually through until the creek that runs?
I'll show that right here. in a
So,
minute.
but is that conclusive to all that too?
Yes, so we feel, you know, that the study that was done did not take into account that infrastructure. And so what we are doing there is that we have contracted with an engineer that will go out and study that infrastructure and study the flows, the hydrology and all those things of the area. And he can show if it could handle the water flows of a 100-year flood or not. And so we are working on that through our engineer.
Do they have a system to determine what a 100-year flood generates?
I believe that as part of their study, when they mapped that, I think that's where FEMA defined the 100-year flood, where it would affect the topography I don't know exactly, and what you'll see is the flood zone is the upper areas of that 100-year flood.
So is that in that document that they sent to us, the insurance rate map, where they have floodplain management regulation and they show the little picture of the 1% annual chance is this far in that plane, the flood floor is here, the flood level is here. They show all of that and then they show the normal water level. Is that what they're referring to as the 1% chance?
I believe that's what they are showing. That's the 1% chance of that, that's the magnitude of a flood. And then the actual maps that we will show tonight will actually show the areas affected by that 100-year flood. The water.
The 1% chance or the 100-year flood?
It's the 100-year flood, but it's a 1% chance each year of having that. That's, yeah. Okay. A couple other roles here of the National Flood Insurance Program. The community role in this, the role that we will take as a city, will be issuing or denying floodplain development building permits.
So on that, if we're already following the IBC, would we not already be in compliance with the IBC's flood building?
Correct. But the actual issuing of those permits or not falls back to the responsibility of the city, which our standard is the International Building Code, which is.
So as long as we're matching the IBC, then there should be no denying of a
Correct.
permit to build if we are following IBC.
Correct.
Okay.
Inspecting all development to assure compliance with the local ordinances. We must maintain records of floodplain development, assisting in the preparation and revision of floodplain maps, and lastly, helping residents obtain information of the local floodplain administration. And then there are items, the roles that fall to the state of Wyoming. The state of Wyoming must ensure that communities have the legal authority necessary to adopt and enforce regulations, establish minimum state regulatory requirements consistent with the program, provide technical specialized assistance to local governments, and coordinate the activities of various state agencies that affect the insurance program. And then federally, their role is to assist the state and communities, answer questions from tribal official, design professionals, and the public, helping review and adopt maps and data, and providing information, technical assistance, and training. So you can kind of see where the roles fall amongst the three different levels of government.
Looks like they ain't gonna do what they said.
Let's skip forward a little bit. If you skip that slide, go to the next slide.
What did the thing about mortgages say, Tom?
Oh, you can go back.
Sorry.
Discuss the mortgages.
Federally backed mortgages and loan guarantees will be available.
Yeah,
SFHA.
through the special flood hazard areas. So in order to have to pay the insurance, you would have to have a federally backed insurance or federally backed mortgage on your home. If your home is fully covered or fully paid, free and clear, you don't have to obtain the flood insurance.
So one of the interesting things about this is the requirement for the NFIP, for the National Flood Insurance, follows federally backed purchase money type of mortgages. It's not just mortgages, it's also remodel, it's refis, reverse mortgages, home equity lines of credit, anything that is backed by the federal government, FDIC, VA loans, USDA loans, anything like that. So this is purchase money for those types of things. You do not, it's not required to have national flood insurance, insurance if you've done a contract for deed, if I were to buyer, or if you are using a private equity firm. That doesn't mean that their underwriting department won't see the risk and still require it. And for those property owners that are freeing, so this also is commercial and residential properties, or agricultural lands as well. So it follows anything that is federally backed. But in regard to the insurance, if it's been purchased and it's free and clear, it doesn't mean that you no longer have risk of flood potential. Homeowners insurance, for example, doesn't cover flood risk. So there's still, it would be an owner's, probably would behoove them if they're in a risk area to also obtain an additional rider for flood insurance or to obtain NFIP coverage through a carrier.
So, possibility that it's
Can't
probably,
win for losing.
yeah, but what I'm saying, if it did ever happen, right, I mean, and you have a claim in your area, how would that be settled with, if sometimes like, if you get the insurance, say, we're not gonna do this, you know what I mean, kind of drop the area, so how would that be settled out if they couldn't find another federally backed insurance, you know, for this scenario, if it did happen in that
Are you
scenario?
speaking about an individual
Any
property owner, or
any
is
property
it
owners,
not to adopt?
no, any property owners through there is gonna have to have that insurance. And then if it's, because it's more of a private flood insurance, right? So then the residents are at risk if something did happen of getting dropped from that insurance in a massive area like that, you know, because it would be a huge settlement paid out to multiple homeowners. So then there's a possibility of not being able to find that insurance in that area. So how do we battle that?
That might not be the case because by declaring it a flood zone and having the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, so there is always going to be coverage through the NFIP. Maybe not through USAA or Farmers or State Farm, but there will be through, at a minimum, through the NFIP.
So if they decide that they don't like Georgia anymore because it keeps getting wiped out by hurricanes, they'll say, we don't cover this, the NFIP will cover that.
Right, similar to property insurance in Florida, where a lot of homeowners, especially new homeowners, are experiencing a lot of difficulty with obtaining the additional riders for flood insurance because a lot of carriers, it is, you know, essentially bankrupted them in that arena.
Okay.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
But
I understand your
NFIP
question,
Yeah.
is always going, well, always is a strong word, is supposed to fill that gap.
So no guarantees. 100% no guarantee.
They'll fill that,
Go ahead.
they'll fill that gap, but at an adjusted rate.
Yeah. We're already talking about the lower income level of this community, and now we're gonna put something on that homeowner that is probably struggling to begin with. It's sad and crazy.
We'll get to further in Tom's slides, we have discussion about how rates are calculated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So a couple key considerations for the letter of final determination process. First off is timing. So since it has gone final, we have the ordinance that has been written that we will propose to council that needs to be adopted by December 20th. So we feel that after tonight, we will go the next 2 weeks, see what questions that you would have, and then we will put the ordinance in for the first reading of the ordinance at the October 15th council meeting. Drafting regulations per templates, we have done that. We received the FEMA template, and we have that drafted. Review the regulations by the state and FEMA, we've done that. Corrections. Approval of regulations by FEMA. So after we discuss this, we will get it approved through a gentleman named Kim Johnson who's with the Wyoming, the Department of Homeland Security. He will approve that through FEMA, we will get that, and then we'll do the formal adoption process within the next 3 council meetings. The next slide, I just wanted to touch upon the letter of map amendment, the LOMA, because we've talked a lot about that through the council meetings. But this is the process by which we would ask FEMA to officially change the zone designation on the maps. And so what we would have to show through our data is that we have lowered the risk of the flood from below 1%. And if we can show that we've lowered it less than 1% to FEMA, then they will change the maps in accordance with that, so that we would not be in zone A, but we might be in one of the other zones.
So we're currently in Zone A. If the question that Chris had asked earlier, which was, what about the ducts that run across that space and their ability to handle the water in that space? 1% is 1%. I don't know how you would ever lower that. They're going to say it's going to be a 200-year flood now because you can lower it less than 1%.
Yeah.
So it's still a 100-year flood. The chances of it happening in 100 years are going to remain the same regardless of what you do to
Yes.
mitigate them. It's whether or not you can protect your community. Doesn't change the amount of time that the 100-year flood could operate in at 1% for 100 years.
Correct, but is that 100-year flood as damaging
Right, that's what I'm saying. is You could go from A to B,
before you do?
but that doesn't
the
change the
mitigation
1% at all. It
Oh,
just goes from A to B.
Correct, because there's
Okay.
always that 1% that you're gonna have that
Okay.
100-year flood.
And do they give guideline to tell us what that mitigation may be or what mitigation could occur?
We know of the 2 factors that led to the designation
Of A.
of the zone A.
Okay.
And so we can work on mitigating those 2 factors.
Okay.
And that's what we are currently doing through an engineering firm that we have contracted with.
Okay.
And that was also what you all were looking into for the agreement for easement or whatever also, right? To hold that.
Correct. And so if you go a couple slides here, there's a map up here. And we'll go over the map here real quick. And so what you see here, and it's really hard to see because Hogback Reservoir, it's hard to point out on the map. When this was taken, this picture, it was dry. You can't even see water in the reservoir, but I don't know how best to show. If you could
Isn't it the
find
white dot?
Interstate 80 that runs through town at the very top of the screen as it goes to the west right there. If you go out, give the mouse right there.
Yeah.
To the west?
80. If you could keep going over to the left, you get right over in there and drop about down, or up to go up a little bit and then go to the northwest there a little bit. It's about right in there is where Hogback
In here?
Reservoir sits. It's
Here?
right in there.
It's on the north side of the railroad tracks, correct?
Yes,
And-
and then south of I-25,
Or high five?
I-80.
I-80.
So if I'm not mistaken, on this map that we're looking at, I believe it's further to the west than where this map ends.
It's actually on the south side of the tracks.
Or south side, yeah,
It's on
south
the
side of
south side of
tracks, but
tracks.
That's right.
it's
And,
further to the west than what is actually
Maybe
there.
that's why I can't find it.
That's, yeah, you can't see it because it's further to the west
All right.
on that
'Cause I had
picture.
it where I could see it when I
Yeah.
copied it over, I probably didn't get where it's at, but
Because there's a big
It's
snow
right about
fence
where
and
that
it
white
drops
dot is.
into it. It's a very low leveled
Should
place.
be right about where that white dot is because it's a big alkali bed is what it is.
It's not that one.
But it
That's
would
about where
look
it's
like
at.
that, but it's
Yeah, but
further
it's
to the
further
west.
to the west.
I'll bet it is further.
A lot
west
further, it's a lot further to the west
than
than
where
that.
we're at.
Okay.
But anyway, Hogback Reservoir itself is within a FEMA flood zone. Okay, so it sits within a flood zone, and the reason for that is all of the inlets of the water coming into there, that's where it gathers. And so in the case of a 100-year flood, what the FEMA map projections say is that Hogback would have
More to the
this water coming.
North, sorry, right in there. In that big area right there.
Usually you can see it.
I didn't know the water from Hogback would get to Rawlins.
It,
Oh, in that picture you can see it.
It's on,
right
it's
here.
the top of Sugar Creek.
It's that?
It's the top of Sugar Creek.
Trevor Creek came from
Yep, there's
It comes from
That's
those
it
hills right
right
there.
about 8 Mile Lake Drive, right there by
It's
Okay.
that
You see
one right
Reservoir.
That-
in the upper right that you can see
Yeah.
is Hogback.
Yeah, because it's right on the
Right
road.
here.
Yes.
yeah.
Keeps-
Now, years ago at
Which the road's
Hogback,
like-
a dam or a retention structure was constructed years ago. And we do not know what the current status of that structure is, if that will
That's
hold the
Hogback.
water back or not.
What's the amount, Tom, of this? Have they come out forth and said the amount?
Of water?
Yes.
I will see if I can find that, because I know we,
Because there could be calculations, I believe, that could be done for measurements, obviously at an engineering standpoint and soil saturations, from this area here, because this area actually sits, I'd imagine 15 feet below any kind of road or any other elevated surface that any water would be able to come through on. So if we had some kind of amount of fluids, water, that would be, they're worried about coming through there, and
Well,
soil
that is-
saturation.
well, that is why we've hired an engineering firm. That's why, it's because FEMA's saying it's a risk. We want to know exactly what that risk is and if we can mitigate that risk.
Or if it's already mitigated?
Or if it already is. So like I said, years ago, there was a structure built there, a retaining structure, but we don't know the status of that, and that's why we are pursuing the easement so that the engineering firm can go see what the status of that is, and if it will hold it back through our engineering's calculations, we will file a letter of map revision and file it with FEMA, stating that we believe through that data that that structure is sufficient.
Then the possibility of them is a
Correct.
little higher.
And that's
Going
why
from A to B.
we're doing our actions
A to
to
Z.
counteract that risk.
Okay.
Yes, so
Thank
from
you.
Hogback, Sugar Creek runs, it runs westwardly, and the creek bed goes up kind of next to the interstate there, in between the interstate and the hill there. And it comes right down over, and then it enters the south side of town, right by the C4, the county C4. And if you go one more slide.
Which is about where that green, it's where that blue person is up there,
Yes, that's where it comes in.
right there. See the blue
It's
person?
gonna be right where that blue is, yes.
Right,
So that,
This is I-80.
right.
yeah, it's right where that is,
I thought-
right there.
Because that's the top of the hill range right there where the BLM wants
I
to go.
thought Sugar Creek started at Rawlins Springs.
It starts up the
So we
hill.
I
have,
thought it was
do
up
you
the
want
other
this
end.
map, Tom, or no?
Terry,
I can tell you that,
No, not right now.
Go to the next one.
that the amount of water it would take to fill Hogback Lake would be unimaginable. I mean, it's a huge divot in the ground that I've never seen it a tenth full. In all the years I've lived here, and we've played out there, the perfect place to shoot rockets, Estes rockets and such. But Then when that gets to town, there's a catchment pond right by the road and bridge that you're talking about.
Yeah,
And
that's
that-
this picture right
Yes,
here.
and that is, that needs maintenance. It's filled up.
Correct.
And if you talk to a lot of the old timers, they were upset that that was the kiddie fishing pond and they drained it. Well, they drained it because it can't be the kiddie fishing pond and the last catchment pond for a potential flood. And that's what that was meant to be. And that pond does, or whatever you want to call it now, that area does need to be revived and deepened and whatnot, because it is blown full of sand and whatnot. But I cannot imagine enough water to fill Hogback that it would actually reach town. It's just, I can't believe it,
Yeah.
you know?
I know we've walked the creek bed by the interstate, and you can't even see where the creek runs, the creek bed. It doesn't exist. But that is the drainage that would come to town, so.
For Sugar Creek?
For Sugar's Creek.
So if you go out to Hogback, and Hogback's on your right, if you look to your left, there's a dirt berm. Sugar Creek's on the other side of that. And then there's a cut in that berm that runs across to Hogback. So that water's gonna go to Hogback first to begin with, and then from there, now Sugar Creek's on the other side of the roadway.
Correct.
And it's going down between the roadway and I-80, or the train tracks in
Or
I-80.
the tracks, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So what you see here is just a picture of what we call Miller Pond, but that's the retention pond. And currently, what water is in Sugar Creek, when it hits the outskirts of town right here, it goes through infrastructure under the south side,
Mhm.
and it comes out right at Fire Station 2. Back of the field there is where the water comes out. And FEMA says that there isn't enough of a structure here to divert that much water. So our job would obviously be to prove that there either is or do the work so that we can show that this could handle that much water.
So that's one of the questions, is they then determined how much water they think this is. They have an idea of what they think that is, because they're telling you that's not big enough.
Correct.
So do they have an amount so that we can know whether or not
Yeah.
Hogback is big enough to hold whatever that amount is that they've calculated would be coming down that Sugar Creek?
Yes, and I know that our engineer knows that information, but I can get that from him,
What's the number?
share that with council.
Okay.
To know what a 100-year flood, what the flows would be,
Okay.
the amount of water, so.
Thank you.
So anyway, where Sugar Creek comes in here, this is the beginning of the flood zone that affects the south side of Rawlins. So in the next slide up here, you can see the red. The red areas there are what is designated the flood zone. So you can see it's not the entire south side, it kind of moves throughout, but at the far left is the C4 building, and Miller Pond is right there next to it, to the northeast a little bit, right there, yeah, is the C4 building. So you can see that it would follow the flows of Sugar Creek into the south side neighborhoods. And then everything within that red is the flood zone. That's where, if you own a home and have a federally backed mortgage there, that you will be required to purchase the National Flood Insurance. So as you move through the south side there, the next slide moves to the west a little bit. And then you can see that it expands a little bit. And through there, in there is Fire Station 2. It sits within the flood zone. It sits in there, and then you can see as the flood zone moves to the west, we're gonna get close to Interstate 80. So if you go one more slide, you'll be able to see, you can see Interstate 80 at the bottom right there. I took this picture this afternoon to just kind of show the topography. You could see that that south side does kind of sit down in a bowl a little bit. I believe I was up on Highway 71 there, looking down, but I just kind of wanted to show so that you could see a little bit how the geography flows there.
Chris?
How did FEMA come up with this flood zone here and skip a block here and a block there in the middle of this? Because when you drive that whole area, that's not higher property than any others, right? Now, the closer you get, a little bit closer you get to the railroad tracks, it is a little higher, right? But you go one block south of there, and it just floods out and then comes back in. How did they come up with this?
Yeah, it actually follows a straight line there on the bottom for a quarter mile, maybe more.
So,
Which is interesting, but I believe what they did is on a computer simulation, that they took the highs and the lows, they just put it in, and then they just made it rain.
so,
It went through the simulation, and they said that's where it's at.
you see what I'm saying? I'm asking how I get if a simulation was to be done like that, but you would never have one block section in this, like the start of that, right?
Well, actually, one of the things, because I was curious about this as well, if a way I was able to look at this, went to Google Street View, and I just I went through the neighborhoods, and you can see minor, they're not large elevation changes, but there's some minor elevation changes. Some places where, the land has smaller mounds, that it is a little bit higher, so.
I see that through, the years of living here and being on that side of town and stuff too, but I could give you a prime example of where, like the county yard at the first part of that, the county yard is right there, okay, Road and Bridge Yard is there. Then you go straight over there, and then there's a empty block, right, a full block dang there, and an empty block, which the one is would be Davidson's Gun and Groceries right there, right behind that. That is lower than some of the actual floodplain. I mean, I promise that. So it's not in there though.
They have to come up to get in there. I don't know that.
Okay, so we're kind of getting off topic into how they came up with this weirdness, but we know that they came up with the weirdness, and we're going to have to deal with whatever that weirdness is. So where are we moving forward right now in determining how much water that they're referring to? His question is valid in if it's a 1 foot differential and that takes out one block, you're talking about 1 foot of water in this space. Is that the 1 foot of water that could be held back by hogback?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
So we just need to determine whether what this total area in gallons would be if you got a 100-year flood, and what is a 100-year flood? What does that mean when you live in the desert? You have a 100-year flood, what does that mean? 1 inch? 1 foot?
Yeah.
They obviously have some kind of determination. We just need to know what that is so that we can say, yes, we believe these pipes will handle this. To here, we can mitigate by taking those pipes and continuously running them out through the Glen Addition, getting them underneath the freeway and getting them to the other side.
Yes, and
Okay.
that is what we have tasked the engineering firm
Okay.
exactly with.
Okay.
I believe that was done years and years ago, and that is the reason that they installed the culverts. I mean, so it's already been mitigated on the city's behalf in the past by installing the culverts and allowing that drainage
Right.
to continue through.
And
So
they did
why-
not consider that, correct?
And we believe they did not consider that.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that they did or did
And
not
that's
consider that.
exactly why we have the engineer as well with
Okay.
our infrastructure. And that's just what we've been tasked with as a result of these maps.
Okay.
Okay, here's another picture that everybody sees of our town we've seen. As you get closer to Interstate 80 there, the Glen Addition, and as you get close there, you can see that a majority of that falls under the flood zone in there because it banks up against the interstate there. What's the next slide there? There's just another picture looking a little bit more to the west there where you can just see off the hill the geography that creates what they're looking at for our flood zone. So we looked at this area really close, drove through it to identify what is in this area, because what is in that area is what we would want to help mitigate the risk for. So from our zoning maps, there is, some of this is residential mobile homes, some is R75, and then we have an agricultural I-A, which is the Glen Addition. We also, that we will look at here that are city-owned, that are outside the city boundaries, is the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course and the water transmission line that we have out at Sage Creek. And then also our wastewater treatment plant is within the zone. Most of the structures in there are residential single family. There are a few residential multifamily. There are some mobile homes within this area, some RVs. We do have some detached structures such as garages, sheds, and the Glen Addition obviously has the animal enclosures with the different types of animals. And then we've got the Rawlins Fire Department Station number 2, the county C4 building, and the golf course and structures. So as we look at the ordinance to have a mitigation plan or to help reduce the risk, we will have to look at those factors. There are no businesses that we could identify within that area that have been zoned there. And there isn't any other critical governmental services that fall within there besides the ones identified. And so we have some work with the plans there if that flood goes, how we would handle those different things. And so real quick, if you look at the next slide, it's the wastewater treatment plant. You can see some of that falls within the flood zone. The next slide that you will see there is we jump out to the springs, the Sage Creek Springs. And the body of water at the lower left of the slide up there is Rawlins Reservoir, where Sage Creek runs out. We have our spring boxes in there. And then as you follow the flood zone there for a ways, our transmission line runs through there. And so we want to make sure that our transmission line is protected if this flood occurs. Now this falls under the county adoption of their FEMA ordinance, but within the city, we can adopt more restrictive standards for ourselves out there since it's ours. We cannot relax more than what the county adopt. So we will work with the county adoption, make sure that our line is protected. Okay, real quick now, I know our time's running short. We're about at 7 o'clock. What I want to go over with you real quick is the proposed ordinance that we have. And so out on board docs, you will find a 26-page document that starts with the ordinance number at the top. It says an ordinance of governing body of the city of Rawlins, flood damage prevention ordinance. This is the ordinance that we will propose that council adopts as an ordinance. Since it is an ordinance, it will take 3 readings. of this. How we put this into our ordinance is up to council. We can either refer to it within the current ordinance in there, or we can have a new section in there that has all this in there. But either way, whether it's referred to or adopted this way, this is the language that will govern the flood zone. And so looking at it real quick, like I said, you'll have an opportunity to read this, but kind of hitting the high points of it here. Article 1 is just the finding of fact, kind of the purpose, methods that they have, the authorization that they have, the finding of facts. You can read down through there. Article 2 is definitions. And so within the ordinance, there's a lot of terminology that is used in here, and this is where they have most of the definitions. The ones that I would point out, even though they're all applicable, the first one there is the 100-year flood, and that's what we've talked about. That has a 1% chance of happening. The 100-year floodplain means the area of land susceptible to being inundated due to the occurrence of a 1 year or a 1% annual chance of flood. And accessory structure is identified down below. I just want to point out that is no human habitation in that. It's like a garage or parking for vehicles. There is the definition of a base flood in there, which means a flood having a 1% chance of being equal or exceeded in any given year. They do have the definition here of a conditional letter of map revision. And what that is FEMA's comment on a proposed project that would, upon construction, affect the hydrologic and or hydraulic characteristics of the flood zone. So there, if we do approach FEMA with a project, they will issue a conditional letter of map revision. And then for us, it would be the letter of map revision that we would file with them. They define a flood as the unusual and rapid accumulation of runoff of surface waters from any source. The flood insurance rate map is defined as the official map of a community on which the administrator has delineated the risk premium zones. Floodplain management regulations is identified, defined as zoning ordinance, subdivision regulations, building codes, health regulations, special purpose ordinance. The other one that I identified on here that applies is the letter of map amendment. A LOMA means any official amendment by letter. It is usually issued because a property or structure has been inadvertently mapped as being in a floodplain. We are working on that. That is our goal, is to file a letter of map amendment to plead our case as to whether or not we agree that that is a flood zone or not. The rest of this ordinance, you can read through it. I could point out a few different things within it. Under Article 5, administration, we need to we need a designation of a floodplain administrator. And so we have put in the title here, the Director of Community Development, which is currently Lou Loscano, is who we currently have in there. We've got the position, so whoever holds that would be the one that would issue the permits and administer this. As you go through the rest of it, it almost reads like a building code. Talks about the different types of structures and the different things that we have. And so that's the ordinance. I'm happy at any point as you read through that to answer questions, to research different things. We can touch on more than that, but there's a lot of information in there that you can read through. But there's a lot of definitions. They define a lot of different things, what a structure is, what a recreational vehicle, a floodplain. We will have to adopt a permit process if there is activity within the flood zone. We have some sample permit forms to fill out, and we will ask council at some point to adopt one of those, and then we will have the community development director will monitor, record those according to the ordinance. But I will let you, let council read through there at your own convenience, and then feel free to bring questions or concerns back to me. And we will have this as a, we will put this on the agenda for the next meeting for the first reading for council to consider.
Okay. Chris?
Has the county already adopted theirs?
I don't know that.
They're in the process, yeah.
So how at this point in time do we know if we're gonna be the same restrictions or less than what they have, or are we gonna be more at this point in time?
My understanding is that they're adopting the minimum standards, not the higher standards. So you that's really your choice. Higher standard or the minimum standard.
Okay.
Do you have any kind of timetable on the letter of map amendment as far as when it will be turned in, that kind of thing?
So what we would have to do is our efforts to mitigate, and then within 6 months of that, we would file the letter of map amendment. So our efforts right now are focused up at the reservoir, and we are working with the landowner currently to have our engineers go in and to assess the structure that's there. So within 6 months of that research, where the research comes from the engineer back to us, within 6 months, we will need to file that letter.
So the city currently uses the 2015 IBC? Is that the one we're using now?
It's 2021.
The 2021 IBC? Does the county use the IBC? Do they have building codes?
Yes, they do. They have a planning and zoning department, but I'm not clear what if they follow one of the international codes, or if they have separate.
If they have their own? Okay.
Tom, thank you. First and foremost, thanks for presenting this. I just want to be honest and upfront and perfectly clear with the citizens of this community that this is not something I'm sure that the council wants to have to put on the homeowners, especially in a lower income section of the community also. First and foremost, this come before us under our previous city manager, and I'll be the first to say, when that was discussed back then, okay, my assumption was that the county was going to fight this and that the city did not have to start doing do this, that this was going to be done on the county's behalf. Okay, they were going to take this on is what I understood, and therefore the way that was explained, the council at that time chose not to do the initial work of what you are doing at this point in time, I believe that we could have done a better due diligence, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, if we would have had this kind of information in front of us back then. We could have done a better job of starting this mitigation process a few years ago when this started coming up. But again, thank you. I wish the county would come in and help us more with this at this point in time, but that's just my assumption in the way that it was presented the last time when it was presented, and we didn't have near this information.
Jackie?
We did hire an engineer though at the time.
We did.
Yeah,
To
we
go
did.
over this?
Yeah, council hired it.
We are still working with that engineer.
Still the
Yeah.
same one?
I believe it's Engineering Associates, but
Yeah.
I believe.
Okay.
So
I believe when we did that though, it was said that we were not going to
I don't remember
do
anything
anything.
about the county though.
The county was
I don't remember
the
that.
county was going to take this on, I believe, is the way that was presented the last time.
I
Okay.
honestly don't remember
So-
that, but.
Right.
Okay. The last slide here, if you just want to, when you go to the last slide, this talks a little bit about the insurance that would have to be purchased. So the amounts of coverage, I'm going to skip through a lot because this was just an outline of the ordinance. So if the property is in a designated FEMA flood zone, and if the owner owns that property free and clear, okay, there are no requirements to purchase the flood insurance. They can to protect their property, but there is no requirements for that. So the federal government sets and oversees the rate structure and how policies are underwritten. So under this assumption, if you were to go to multiple insurance carriers, you should have the exact same premium based upon the information presented. Now, of course, within different areas, there's politics, there's different things that come into play to how things are designated. But the way that it is structured is that the federal government sets those rates. Okay, so if you shop around, you should end up with the exact same rate based on the information presented. The rates of insurance cost are based upon many of the factors that we talked tonight. So if you work with your contractor and if you're able to implement into your construction plans or your home the higher standard that we have, that'll show that you have a lower risk of flood damage to your property, that those rates will come down if you have certain things on your property, or if you do certain things to mitigate that risk. We spoke with the gentleman from Homeland Security in Cheyenne. His name is Kim Johnson. And he claims that he's seen rates anywhere from $500 annually into the thousands. And he said that he has seen to where the flood insurance rates can outweigh the property insurance rates. He has seen that in different places. And so with that, once this goes into effect, the property owners in the flood zone will have to secure the flood insurance. The only way to lower that is, like I said, is to adopt a higher standard, do the different things that are within the ordinance to help mitigate the risk. And then if you do, submit that to the insurance and they'll be able to take those factors into account.
A consideration in whether to adopt the minimum standard or the higher risk is going to be shouldered by the homeowners. So you have a higher standard, that means that they have to build the property higher. Those are extra materials, extra labor, extra other things. And then in regard to how a house is constructed, there's also the consideration, what about existing structures? And so it's not necessarily you know, you can't say if there's two houses, both of them are right next door to each other, are they gonna be the same rates? Probably not, because they're not apples to apples. They were built at different times, different materials, different style. It's a lot like an automobile. Are you driving a Ferrari or are you driving a Civic? How old are you? What type of driving record do you have? You know, all kinds of factors. So the underwriting process is going to take a lot of different factors into consideration. So it's very difficult for us to make any type of estimate other than everything be merely speculative.
Tom, what is the plan to notify these homeowners in this floodplain area? I mean, and I'm sure maybe they've been notified already, but we have an ordinance that obviously the council's damn near bound to adopt, right? For funding reasons, financial reasons, everything else. What's the plan to get this to the homeowners so they have knowledge? Because not everybody's going to be on a YouTube channel watching a YouTube video of this happening in a work session or council meetings or a Facebook Live, social media posts or whatever. What is our plan?
We do know, we feel that the city's role in this is to bring attention to this. The actual contact with the homeowner will come through the mortgage company. So the mortgage company will be the ones that will actually reach out to the homeowner and say, you need to secure a homeowner's policy. So the actual contact with the homeowners isn't really through the city, but we feel that our responsibility is to educate the community and to bring awareness to it. We can come up with a not a marketing plan, but we can come up with a strategy to more fully make this aware within the community.
And I understand as far as like the mortgage company, the homeowners and stuff is going to be the ones contacting them over this for their insurance and stuff and escrow. I mean, I can only imagine getting hit with $500 to $1,500 a year in an escrow extra, you know, possibility. What I'm saying is this ordinance that we are looking at adopting is going to directly affect those individuals. We just had an ordinance that we pushed off to have a workshop on, right, for business owners that was going to be affected. So are we going to send this out to these individuals is what I'm asking, so they're aware?
We can. We don't have a current plan for that, but we...
I think it's something we should do our due diligence, in my opinion, do our due diligence and send this out and make them aware. And I mean, so that's just my thoughts.
Certainly we can do that.
Okay.
One thing we failed to address was the final point is on this slide, is that the feds have granted some grace and provide a sliding scale to phase premium payers up to whatever the actuarial price is. And so over a span of time, they'll increase it only by 18% until they finally meet that threshold. They started, I can't remember what it was, whatever the base, there's a floor, and then they increase it up to whatever it needs to be. So to take a little bit of that sticker shock off of there.
Only 18?
So, go ahead.
I have a concern that people aren't gonna wanna buy property in that area.
Actually, that was a discussion that we had with Kim Johnson as well, whether he had, in Wyoming, he had experienced any concerns with people not wanting to buy, whether it affected property values and those types of concerns. And he said he had not seen any negative impacts in that regard. And in all reality, I don't know what those numbers are. Wasn't able to provide like what difference it would be for today versus January 3rd. What would your overall hit to the pocketbook be?
Okay, so it's quarter after. Let's go ahead and
I have one comment. If
go
that's
ahead.
okay. to clear up some confusion, in April 2021, the council passed on option two to have the city begin working on a mitigation plan. We didn't vote for the option one, which would have been the appeal process. So what it says is working on a mitigation plan and seek grant funding to help reduce the flood hazard area on behalf of the citizens. And then in March 15, 2022, or in March 2022, we approved the professional services agreement with Engineers and Associates for the FEMA floodplain study. Work includes survey of the Hogback Lake and diversion structure. Have we received that back? Because I was looking through the rest of the minutes and notes, and I don't see that back from them.
We have not received that back from them.
Okay.
So we did approve an easement for them to go in to take pictures and engineering different things, but we have not secured yet an actual like trespass easement to take heavy equipment
Okay.
to go in to assess the condition of the structure. And that's where we're at right now. We will have a meeting later this month and we will receive a proposal on that easement from the landowner.
Okay. Thank you.
So now 17 after. So let's go ahead and take our break and start back up at 7:30. Thank you, Tom. That was great. So in that last,
Hi.
That's weird. So we're 2 years into this? Wrong. What have they done?
I got three. What's wrong with both of them?
Yeah, sure. Other people that choose.
I paid with a debit card and a credit card for every single payment. I did not pay cash. You know that. Ever. Why would you get costs involved when I paid credit and I have credit card? Why do you think I paid cash? What proof do you have that I paid cash? What?
well, that's, I mean, I guess that's kind of.
I don't know what you wrote on there, pay for cash, because I did not pay for cash. You were there when I paid the last payment, it was 95 something. That was the payment.
They're gonna have to make up so much money from that. I think this seems like it's too, but if anything, it's sort of aspect.
Wasn't me, but I did not pay in cash. And I have a credit card that says to pay. So you might want to look for somebody else who paid in cash, because I don't know what you have written down. Because I paid in credit for all my stuff.
How does it go? That's what we do. Yeah. So.
I sent my son copies.
Yeah. I mean, they bring it all back together, but you get above knowledge, you get lowest point, right through
What did
that's a federal highway. Federal highways.
There you go. I don't think anything important is in there.
No, I paid you a credit card. I got it on my loan card for 2 weeks. And it was 98 something. I didn't get any cash back because I didn't pay in cash.
Has not been able to turn dogs.
It was the first one I sent out. I was in a bigger picture of the light. anything and you're paying cash, and I have to put it up there. So find somebody else to blame Confederate, whatever that stuff is.
It's in that same pipe that broke over right now.
And then can I see her for falsely accusing him? Okay, we'll work on, now I see her for falsely accusing. Or she can just drop it and find out who really put it in the equipment. I can come down after this, but everything should be closed by then. I have it. It's on my credit card. What the hell is wrong with this woman? I didn't give her any cash. None. Does she have cameras? Oh, well then, I guess she doesn't have it. So I'll just tell the cops to look at it. Yeah. All right. Okay. Enough drama for this. Just go somebody else. All right. Bye. The woman is delusional. So, Joe got a tattoo. Twisted foot. She says I gave her. I figured it would be, but what you already saying that you. I got her on my credit card. I didn't pay you a fake $100 nothing. Okay, you got cameras? Show me paying your cash. It's on my credit card. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, if she's losing her money, I don't know what the hell's wrong with her. She's delusional. It's on my credit card. It was on the 24th. I went through on the 25th. 91, twisted news. She's saying I gave her a fake $100 bill. No, I did not pay you for this very reason. Did she charge you more for using credit? 4%, yeah. And they don't take checks. So, I don't know what you want. It wasn't me. Evidently the name fits. So, I will not apologize. Anyway, got my son all worked up. And he kept calling me and saying, anyway.
No, I'm good. Just to make sure.
So, see, this is, I don't want him to read it before I start talking about it.
I know, okay. Well, then can I just set them up there in front of their spots?
60. I don't want to get these because I don't want to like share the news till I get up there. About the veterans thing, but so city park have to lay them out before. They're reading it before and then they get up and back.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, you don't deliver them?
My son just asked me how you're doing.
How are you feeling? Scott was like, and I told him what happened. Oh my gosh, and I'm like, no, I have a text.
We currently don't.
Or what
Hey, you. How are you?
I don't know how.
Hey, how are you doing, Richard?
Could be.
Hi.
100%.
Step back into the hole.
Here's another one.
Yeah, I'm pretty low.
Oh, I agree.
What's that? I don't get one?
I was like this, so he grabbed.
It's just so frustrating. Like, yeah, do I need to refresh? Or can we join? No, we can't join yet. We gotta be able to join the meeting.
Is she set up yet?
No. Just so frustrating.
These are the three things.
There is an ethics code to state down to and we can't do that for
Well, I haven't logged in yet.
what was the
So I guess we're probably just waiting for you. If not, then
Sorry, I haven't even had a chance to.
not a big deal.
I just think it's citizens.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there we go. You can join now. Refresh. Did you refresh? Oh no, go up here to feature. And then make sure you're logged in.
Back. Appreciate it. No pop-ups today.
Okay, you're logged in. Go to regular meeting. It might be ready to roll. Yeah, you're good There's
okay, it's 7:30. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you will all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Terry Wycombe,
Here?
Vice Mayor Steve Sanger,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Tanya Lumen,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Sewell,
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Councilmember Jacqueline Ross.
Here.
Okay, moving on to the approval of the agenda. Councilman Weisenberg,
I move to approve the October 1st, 2024 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Clerk, would you pull online voting?
Online voting is open.
Thank you.
Yay, I'm not logged in yet, so. It's a yay.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Moving on to the approval of the consent agenda. Councilman Jackie,
Move to approve the consent agenda October 1st, 2024 as presented.
Second.
been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Clerk will open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, moving on to citizens' participation. This is your opportunity to discuss anything that is not on the agenda from the public. You have a time limit of 5 minutes. It's under resolution number 2C, 1996. And it's anything that's not currently on our agenda. Does anybody want to speak to the council? Tell us who you are, sign yourself in.
Kelly Brandt. A lot of information here right now. Yeah, I'm just going to be bringing up the infrastructure here in town. You know, after we had all those water leaks, we're still having them. Our utility division, they're getting a lot of overtime. That's getting a little astronomical for them. They'd like to be home tonight, but they're out on a water break right now. They probably won't get home till midnight, if not later. So you guys need to be thinking about where you guys are going to find money to start doing some of this infrastructure. We haven't done no infrastructure in this town for 3 years. 3 years. I'm going to remind you, 3 years. None. And we need to start finding some money and start fixing all these lines that are bad. We know where they are. We just need to start doing it. So you need to start thinking about where you're going to get the money. And because the money that you're spending on overtime with the utility division and pulling the other divisions over to help them because they're getting tired, you need to think about that. There's a lot to think about because pretty soon, if we don't have infrastructure, we ain't going to have a town. That's straight up. You know, because if you don't have water, sewer, there's no sense of fixing that out south there if you're not going to fix what's in town, where the problems are. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll be moving on.
Wait a minute, I would like to say a few words. Which a councilman is entitled to during this time. I watched the city council forum, and there were just a few things that I would like the public to know that wasn't really stated correctly. One of them is there was talk about the city council needs to have mandatory training, and I want you all to know that there was training available through WHAM. As a matter of fact, the legislature made it mandatory, which they've now kind of gone back on that, but it was because we handled the money and whatnot. We had to have financial training as well as all the other types of training. I just want everybody to know that city council has had very extensive training. It's offered every other year. It's called Boot Camp from Wyoming Association of Municipalities. And I'm proud to say that this city council is the first city to have achieved 100% of that training. And the word escapes me that I'm looking for, but we all got certificates, and we did go through several hours of training. The other thing that got brought up was that the city should pass a penny tax and fix this infrastructure. There is a mechanism that the legislature has given the council to help themselves, or any city to help themselves, and it's called special purpose tax. And it adds the sixth penny of sales tax, and the city did do that. And in another 5.25 years, roughly, we will be able to pass another one. But until that money is collected that was proposed, we cannot do it again. So the sixth penny tax is in effect. We are collecting that money. The last thing that was brought up was that the city council should have its own ethics document. The legislature also has passed a law, it's a state law, that all elected officials have to abide by the ethics law. The minute you get a call from Gwen Bartlett saying, well, that's who did it for us, saying you were elected, that's when that ethics law kicks in. So I just wanted to clarify those points because they were, I want the citizens of this town to know that those things have happened and are in effect today. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, moving on. We're going to move on to board appointments and presentations. We have a proclamation for domestic violence awareness. So I'll read the proclamation. City of Rawlins, Wyoming proclamation, domestic violence awareness proclamation, join together to prevent domestic violence. Whereas domestic violence in rural communities exists as a hidden, silent, and often unrecognized reality that may not be reported to authorities or is underreported, and whereas we need to challenge the assumptions made about domestic violence, become proactive in preventing domestic violence, and hold offenders accountable, and whereas Carbon County Cove and other agency, organizations, and state coalitions across Wyoming and the nation are committed to preventing domestic violence by promoting prevention awareness campaigns, educating the community, and advocating for victims' rights. This year, in recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Cove will be holding our third annual Pause for Peace Pet Walk on Saturday, October 12th, 2024, as well as a Paint and Sip for a Cause event on Wednesday, October 16th, 2024, and collaborating with Rawlins Police Department Victims Assistance Advocates on Awareness, Prevention, and Education Open House on Thursday, October 24th, 2024. Now, therefore, I, J. Steve Sanger, Vice Mayor of the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Rawlins, Wyoming. I urge all citizens to join together to prevent domestic violence. Is Cove here? Are we here? You want to come up and say something? Or just stand so we can wave at you? Or okay, I like this idea better.
I'm Jennifer. This is Lindsay. We're both from Cove. Rachel, she was supposed to come up with us. She's from the Rawlins Police Department, but so as the mayor read in the reading of the proclamation, we do have a few events scheduled throughout the month of October. Our Pause for Peace Pet Walk, our Paint and Sip for a Cause, and the open house that Rachel has so graciously asked us to collaborate on. She's put a lot of work into the presentation for the open house and meeting the advocates and learning about domestic violence and what we as a community can do to help help and support the victims of domestic violence. So we understand that October is a super busy month for everybody. So if you can't attend our events, we just ask that you spread the word, and that we would greatly appreciate that. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or needs any more information about what we have going on, we have flyers posted throughout the community, but are always free to call or swing by the office or shoot us an email. We'll be happy to answer any questions. So thank you for helping us kick off Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you.
And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. We also have a proclamation for Fire Prevention Week, which is October 6th through the 12th, 2024. This one's long. Okay. City of Rawlins, Wyoming proclamation. Whereas the City of Rawlins, Wyoming is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Rawlins, and whereas Fire Prevention Week is observed each year during the week of October 9th in commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire, which began on October 8, 1871, and caused devastating damage. This horrific conflagration, great word, killed more than 250 people, left 100,000 homeless, destroyed more than 17,400 structures, and burned more than 2,000 acres of land. And whereas local fire departments respond to 1,500,000 fires in 2022, and whereas these fires caused roughly 2,700 civilian deaths, 10,250 civilian injuries, and 14.8 billion in property damage, and whereas newer homes are built with lightweight materials that burn faster than older home constructions, and whereas many of today's products and furnishings produce toxic gases and smoke when burned, making it impossible to see and breathe within moments, and whereas these conditions contribute to a much smaller window of time for people to escape a home fire safely, with people having as little as 1 to 2 minutes to escape from the time the smoke alarm sounds, and whereas a home fire escape plan includes 2 exits from every room in the home, a path to the outside from each exit, smoke and carbon monoxide alarms in all required locations, and a meeting place outside where everyone in the home will meet upon exiting, and whereas practicing a home fire escape plan twice a year ensures that everyone in the household knows what to do in a real fire situation, and whereas Rawlins first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education, and whereas Rawlins residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their fire safety from fire, especially in their homes, and whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work for You, effectively serves to educate the public about the vital importance of knowing the sound of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and what actions to take. Hear a beep, get on your feet. Therefore, I, J. Steve Sanger, Vice Mayor of Rawlins, do hereby proclaim October 6th through the 12th, 2024 as Fire Prevention Week throughout this community. Chief?
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for reading that and going through that. We're gearing up for Fire Prevention Week. We have a lot of activities planned. We're going to be in the schools. We'll have contact with a large number of kids all of next week. Biggest thing I'd like to say is the theme, smoke alarms, make them work for you. That is the best way you can detect fire, or most cases anymore, carbon monoxide, and you can escape that before they get to that point where you can't. I have a limited number of smoke detectors. If anybody has need of them, please get with me and I will like I said, it's a limited number right now. They've come through the Red Cross, those kind of things. But we'd be happy to, throughout the next week or 10 days, get those put up if somebody is in desperate need of them. So, but thank you for all that. Questions?
Okay, thanks,
Awesome.
Chief.
Thank you.
We thank you for what you do. All right, moving on. The October 2024 Community Builder Award. And y'all get to get up and come up here. This is the Rawlins Volunteer Committee.
All right, Honorable Mayor and Council. The Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service in the interest of the city for their contributions to this. Contributions significant, if I can read, to the Rawlins quality of life. The Volunteer Committee would like to present October 2024 Community Builder Award to Leanne Langendorfer.
When I asked Leanne why she cleaned miles of rights-of-ways this summer, she simply answered, because I'm me. In my conversation with Leanne, I learned that this means she is someone who, when something needs to be done and she has ability, she will step up and do everything she can to make it happen. Our entire community and visitors benefited from Leanne's dedication this summer as she cleaned up 3rd Street on both sides and the median from the Old Outlaw Bowl to Colorado Street. She also cleaned Higley from Mahoney all the way to 3rd and Harshman north of the rec center and along the walking path throughout these areas. Her hard work in mowing, weed whacking, and general cleanup drastically improved the beauty and the safety along these major roadways and pathways that we use daily. Leanne's efforts also inspired our community to appreciate the difference a single person can make and then share that with their friends, city staff, and on social media. Leanne's one wish for our community is that her actions inspire more people to step up and make a difference too. Don't wait for someone else to fix it. See how you can help. Do you have a talent you could use? Check on what needs to be done and have that same willingness as Leanne. Whether you have a little time or a lot, if we all take pride in our community and do what we can, it will make a big difference. Leanne knows the people of Rawlins are the best part of our community. She believes if we have an attitude of togetherness and come together as a team, we will keep improving. Leanne had one more special message for tonight. She thanks her husband, Joey. When he wasn't at work, he was right by her side too, stepping up. She couldn't have done this without him. So let's all take a minute to be inspired by Leanne, to think about how we can use our talents to step up to, and to say congratulations. And Leanne decided to donate her $100 to Boys and Girls Club.
Don't get escaped too fast.
Ready? Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. You know what? I still believe in our town, and it'll come back together. It'll all be good. We'll all be good.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you.
An award well deserved.
Okay, we'll be moving on to reports and information. First up, the DDA Main Street Hub reports. Ms. Pam.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Good evening. Last month I was like, wow, I had a lot to go over, and there's even more this month. Last month I talked about our partnership and collaborating with the City of Rawlins, the DDA, Discover Carbon County, and Carbon County School District Number 1, working with them, getting dates on the big events and trying to come together and making sure that we were putting our best foot forward. And I just kind of wanted to give you a recap of what happened. First of all, with the help of Discover Carbon County, we did create this food scene flyer with a QR code, and this was really cool because this was put in all the bags. So again, there were 1,100 bags put together for visitors to our community between September and end of December, 1st of January. But what's really cool is we've had state golf, we've had a volleyball tournament. I don't know how many of you guys were, I can hear it from my house. It's a really loud weekend, loving the loud weekend, which was the middle school and high school rodeo. We, as a community, the crew who put it on, knocked it out of the park. I talked to Erica Jari on Wednesday night of last week and said, okay, I have 150 bags to drop off. And she's like, oh, you need to make some more. I said, how many more? And she said, well, we're at 256 right now. And I'm like, holy smokes. So I dropped off like 270 on Friday morning, and the people were like opening their bags, and I could hear them say, this is really cool. We don't get bags when we go to other communities. So again, with Denver giving us the numbers, Eric, everybody working together, this partnership and collaborating is really, I know that state golf went off really good. Kudos to Parks and Rec, and everybody working together. So that's the first thing. Second is this weekend we have Art Beat, Friday night from 3 to 8. So parade starts at 3, homecoming, and then we'll roll right in as soon as it's over to Art Beat. And we're doing something super fun. We're having a scavenger hunt, and you're going to hunt in the 17 locations for outlaw memorabilia, and you can win prizes. So to kind of fall with the weekend, so come down to Art Beach. Trick or Treat, of course, is October 31st from 3 to 5, always on Halloween. I did want to give you guys an update. If you're seeing people hanging out at the Ferguson and moving around and up on ladders and checking things out, we're doing some maintenance issues and just making sure it's secure, and you'll see some, hopefully, before the end of the year, some TLC, but it's all maintenance. So I know per statute, anytime we do a development plan, DDA has statute and we have to bring it forth to the council. The things that we're actually going to be most likely doing is, I'll give you guys a heads up, we'll talk about it money-wise, where it's coming from, but what we'll probably be doing between now and the end of December is maintenance issues and just safety to make sure nobody's in the building. So not really any development, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. The next thing is an amazing partnership, and I talked at Rotary and Lions Club today, and I'm going to probably get emotional because my dad's a veteran and he's passed. Years ago, the city, DDA, downtown, American Legion, we used to do the parade, and that's kind of gone on the wayside. And so I have an amazing volunteer design committee, and these ladies are reckoned. They're just like, you've got Marcella, and you've got Sarah Sapp, and you've got Charlotte Newell, and you got Linda Smith. And anyway, they came up with this idea. We have this beautiful windows at the Ferguson. Why can't we do a Veterans Day exhibit for Rawlins and Carbon County? So we are working with the staff, the board of directors, the design committee, Rotary, Lions, and the American Legion, and we will be putting on a Veterans Day exhibit for the month of November. It kind of talks about it here in the form you have. And then please, 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 if you have someone you want to submit, thank you, Benita. She was amazing getting the waiver. It's, again, collaboration. But so what we're going to do is we will do some backdrops in there. You can kind of see how we've been putting like seasonal backdrops in. We're going to do red and white stripe, and then we're going to get frames that are 12 by 18. This is 11 by 17 to just show you an idea. But we'll scan the picture in. We don't want to have any pictures, original pictures of the veterans, so we will scan those in, and then we will put them on like a document like this. And then what I think it's really cool that the ladies, this design committee that's a force to be reckoned with, wanted handwritten, like their names and where they served. And so how I made up this form is we'll just cut this form off, and we'll actually just put the form on the bottom, and then we'll put this whole thing in a black frame, and then we'll just hang it and they'll be hung all in all the windows in the Ferguson. So we're planning on doing that on the 1st and 2nd. So if anybody would like to help hang the exhibit, we'd love that. And then it's just ironic how like minds are thinking. There's a lot happening for Veterans Day. So first of all, there's 4 things now happening. The Rawlins Middle School and High School Band and Choir will be doing a concert on the 11th at 7 p.m. But before that, you can come to look at the exhibit and then go over to the Elks. The Elks are planning on, they're voting on it tonight, so it's not for sure, but they'd like to do a refreshments starting at 5:30 to have the veterans there and just recognize them in a ceremony. So they're voting tonight. And then on top of that, BOC and Nicole and I are working hand in hand. We're collaboratively working with BOC to be able to share and recognize more veterans. And so they're doing a video. So we're gonna share our documents, or our people, our veterans, and she'll put them on the video that'll run on different sites, and we'll have them in the exhibit. And she's not sure how long. So there's 4 different things at this community that Rawlins will be doing for our veterans this year. So it's super, super cool. So, yeah, so any questions? Marcella is the one who's taking the pictures. We'll get them scanned in. Either Nicole or I at BOC or at DDA will scan them in and get them back to people. And again, if anybody wants to help hang, we're going to probably start hanging on Friday, November 1st. Meet at the Ferguson building at 2 p.m. and if we can keep going till we lose light, and then Saturday morning if we need to. Our goal was the ladies' goal this first year was to have 25 veterans hanging in her. So we thought it'd be just that first corner, like on 5th and Cedar. Well, Marcella, I guess, already has 12, and Nicole has 10. So we're like, oh my gosh, we're already at 22, and we haven't even, so also I wanted to let you guys know is we want to make sure that we're not alienating or leaving anybody out. So Nicole and I really talked today. We're going to go to the senior center tonight. I did a presentation at Lions and Rotary today. We're going to put it on Facebook. We just want to get the word out. So again, we don't want to do any calling, or I've been very forward with the chairman of the board, but also the committee is, I don't want to call people and say you should do this, because how about if I forget somebody? So we're trying to get as many names out, or many presentations, because again, we don't want to leave anybody out, but we also don't want to say, oh, you called this person and you didn't call that person. So, okay, that's veterans. So the last thing I'm going to call it the 1, 2, and 3 punch. There's a lot going on in downtown, besides all these events and the Ferguson we're working on and everything. We have one new business that's coming into downtown. They're hoping to open in the next month that we're working with. Plant Haven is not a new business, but they announced today, which we were waiting for the official announcement. Katrina we've been trying to figure out, she's moving to 5th Street. We have, so that's the 1. Really, that's 2, but I'll count it as 1. Number 2, we have 2 big buildings in the downtown that both have offers, so that would really make a big difference. And then I have 3 businesses in the downtown that are looking for 7,000 plus space to expand, which then would move them into 7,000, and really there's not a lot of 7,000, so, but it would alleviate their smaller locations to get more people in. So lots of things and lots of economic vitality and development happening in the downtown.
Okay.
Any questions? And I have more of these. And again, you can go to downtownrollins.org to get this flyer, or the application is online too to print off. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Pam. All right, moving on. City manager reports, staff reports.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and Honorable Mayor. I just have a couple dates tonight, is all that I have to share with you. The first date is that our joint meeting with the town of Sinclair is scheduled for Tuesday, October 22nd at 5 p.m. and we will be holding that at the depot here in Rawlins. So Tuesday, October 22nd at 5 p.m. Our staff tonight, our water utilities has been mentioned previously. They are working on another water break on Harshman, north of Murray Street. It's the same location as the break we had on Labor Day. This is just a little further down the line, so probably not related to that event, but the water line is in very poor shape, and so we've had another break there, and they're working on that tonight. On the Halloween costumes, residents can still drop off Halloween costumes at different locations until this Friday, October 4th, to donate costumes for the kids. There's about 30 different locations around the city. Within the city government, there's one here at City Hall, I believe the police department, the recreation center are the three that the city is sponsoring. And then the last item, just to promote the school district a little bit, this week is homecoming for Rawlins High School. The homecoming parade will be this Friday, October 4th. It will start at 3 p.m. The route will be south of 5th Street to Cedar Street, east on 3rd Street, and ending at the Jeffrey Center. So come out and support the Outlaws. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Ms. Panita.
Thank you, Honorable my Vice Mayor Singer. I have a couple of updates. First one is Civic Plus, which is the codification tool for the ordinances. That is in process. I have received the legal review from Civic Plus, and there are recommendations. And what that legal review does is it ensures compliance with state statutes. Are we consistent within our statutes? They have recommended numerous changes. I would like to set a work session with council after I am able to consolidate those and have those in something that you guys can digest and have that set so that we can figure out how we want to proceed. Whether we want to do some of these changes that are pretty good changes, like easy enough to just change. There's some others that are going to need some more work and a little more finesse. The second update, the BLM property, I did forward some information to council in regard to how the Department of the Interior would handle a sale. In summary, what we would need to do if we have interest in that parcel is submit a letter of interest to the BLM. They work with their appraisal and valuation services office through the Department of the Interior. They contact an appraiser, and the city also within the application submits what is the use the city wants to use it for, and the BLM determines is that how they want to sell their property. So there's a little bit of a process. I'm not totally clear on what the exact steps are and the different factors they consider, but that is how that would proceed. There is a reversionary interest that would be applied somehow. Whether there's a dollar various assigned to that, I don't really know until we go through the process. Final update is I have worked with various stakeholders and the different department heads regarding the modifying and updating the nuisances and abandoned vehicle ordinances. I am working with them to finalize some of those changes and make sure that the language of the ordinance actually matches how things are done. And then I do hope to have a short work session with council to discuss those. No further updates, and does anybody have any questions for Louisville? Thank you.
Hey, no questions. Good for you. Moving on, is there anything that the council needs to tell Tom? Ms. Jackie?
And I've talked to Tom about this, but I want the public to be aware. I have had probably 10 to 15 complaints about the rec center being closed on the weekends. And I do personally feel that it's a disservice to our public for being closed. And so I just want the public to be aware that Tom and his staff are working on it. But I do take good value that our rec center is very well utilized on the weekends, and families who purchase memberships deserve to have that service. But I wanted to make that clear.
Anyone else? No? Okay, moving on. We have no unfinished business, so on to new business. I need an approval for the minutes of September 17, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, clerk will open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Wells.
Okay. Moving on, I need an approval for the demolition of the current Parks office. Councilman Weisenberg?
I move to approve the current Parks Office building located at 1600 Daly Street, Rawlins, as surplus, and authorize the Parks and Recreation Department to demolish the current Parks Office building as the structure has been deemed condemned by the City of Rawlins Community Development Director.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All right, so we are moving to approve the current Parks Office building located in 1600 Daly Street, Rawlins, as surplus, and authorize the Parks and Rec Department to demolish the current Parks Office building as the structure has been deemed condemned by the City of Rawlins Community Development Director. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk will open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Moving on. This is a discussion item, renovation of the VFW baseball fields located at Rodeo Street and Daly Street in Rawlins. Miss Nikki.
Good evening. I am pretty excited to bring this to you guys today. As you guys know, back in July, $100,000 was approved for the capital budget for renovation of the building for the VFW and $100,000 for the asphalt. I'm gonna read a little bit just to go back through a couple of things, and then we'll go through some pictures that I've got up for you guys to go through some small points. The City of Rawlins owns and annually maintains the VFW ball fields. Beginning in April of each year and ending approximately in September, the Rawlins Little League organization oversees the daily operations. I would like to say thank you because a couple of members of their new board is here. So if you guys have questions for them, they're also here for you tonight. Due to the lack of deferred maintenance from the city for years, over time the structures and fields have deteriorated and become unsafe for everyday use. The park staff has worked diligently since 2021 to bring the fields into safer playing conditions. Thanks to the Carbon County School District 1 Recreation Grant Board, last year 3 of the 4 fields were redone and brought to safety standards. I think that's all that I want to read for now. Okay, so on the screen you can see our breakdown. I guess let me start here. So the things that I want to talk about today are the budget, the asphalt, pavilion, the player experience, and high priorities. These high priorities and these topics come from several discussions with the city manager and I, with Little League and I. We've met at the rec center, we've met for board meetings, we've met at the ball fields, several different aspects of this. So from those discussions, we've kind of broken this down. We did move forward with the removal of the transformer that was currently down there. I don't know how many of you have spent time down there, There is a big green transformer that all the kids used to play on. It's actually super unsafe. So one of the first things we needed to do was get that moved out. It has been dug out and it is in the works of getting transferred. I think they told me 60 feet to the west down that lane, down that walking lane, so that, because on the corner of Rodeo and Daly, where those are located, that's where their transformer is already located. So they would run the line to our transformer at that light pole to make it easier for everyone, basically. We did have a sewer inspection. With that finding, we did find that the sewer collapsed from the bathroom 30 feet into the major league field, which is the southernmost field, basically facing the fairgrounds. That caused a lot of headaches. This plus electric breakdown is an estimate for them to continue the electrical work per the contract with Rocky Mountain Power. We had to have an electrician or city staff, but being as the city staff is not electricians, for the safety and to ensure that it's done right, the electrician needs to come in and pull that through, I think with a 1,000-pound rope, and make sure that it's all secured correctly. And then, this is all on building. We have some estimates for a steel structure that range anywhere from $12,000, depending on materials, to $30,000. The contractor estimate to secure that and ensure that the build is correct is roughly $30,000. A storage unit, which we'll touch on later, is $19,000. And then unexpected expenses, which are bound to incur, are roughly about $1,700. Asphalt-wise, we have, with the work been done, I guess, backtrack on that. Groundwater has become a huge issue. I think, as most of you know, the groundwater at that portion of the city is huge. It's caused issues with sewers everywhere, which is probably what caused the sewer issue to collapse. It went from the bathrooms, it went 5 feet, 6 feet, and then it went down to 11.5 feet, and then back up to 5 feet, and it was in the middle of the baseball field. So the funny thing is that it actually was not collapsed at 11 feet. It was collapsed roughly 12 feet past that. And so it's obviously running well enough that it's moving that piping. Due to the water issues, Knife River, we have gotten backfilled with rock and secured the area. I want to say ballast rock, is that the right term? Yes. Have backfilled with ballast rock and leveled it out. It has been secured to contract and lay the asphalt, which is needed to repair. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm touching on different things that I'm going to show you pictures of here in just a second. That estimate is roughly $65,000, and that's just for the asphalt lay and grade. And then unexpected expenses, there's a possibility of having that additional $24,000. With a steel structure, we do expect that there will be concrete needed to secure it, basically. We'll touch base again on that in just a second. And then it could also go to additional length in asphalt. So we will move forward with those. It'll make more sense in just a second. Okay, so here's some pictures of the groundwater issues that we did see. Immediately between 1 foot and 4 foot below grade is when we ran into water, and it was pretty much bubbling, running basically. As you can see, the shovel's covered, and the water just immediately came back up once it was opened up. The picture on the right is where you can see the sewer line actually collapsed. It's in the middle of that baseball field, almost right behind home plate, meaning that old sewer line actually ran down the warning tracks instead of under the asphalt as we kind of expected. So in order to repair that sewer line, we were looking at pretty much our entire budget. It would have been close to 100,000 to rerun a new sewer, approximately 240 feet out to the street, because this field is one of the most played on fields. It is the only one with lighting, which means there's electrical down there also. And of course, who knows what else is down there. The reconstruction of the sewer line would have potentially, I mean, we have lots of options here. We could have gone back down that line. The suggestion was to, however, since we were doing asphalt work, to go down the south-facing walkway, trench that down. It was told to me, and bear with me, I'm learning on the sewer things with Cody. He's been a huge help here. It would need to go roughly 20 feet down and ran 240 feet. So that's quite a bit of work that would probably have to be contracted so that we could get it done in time for the needs that it needs to be. The water table also caused this grading issue that we see. Can you go to the next one? Yes. Okay, so the asphalt, a lot of these issues stem from water, weather elements, all of these things. Because of that water table underneath there, we're seeing that it caused most of the asphalt issues, because where it had sunk is now where you're seeing that it has basically degraded the asphalt, because there's movement in there, there's shifting, and then you have that water that's going to lay on top of it that just beats at it pretty much. The asphalt estimate that we did get is for the red area that you see. And I do believe went a little bit past into the yellow area, because that is where our main water line runs. That additional 24,000 that I had touched on in the budget, that's one of the options that we would like to see that area asphalted as well, because that is one of the worst areas. The red area does not solve all of the issues, but the main walking areas and where the younger kids play and they run around and honestly ride their bikes and walking, that's where the main staging area of baseball is going to be. Okay, let's see what else we've got. Can you go to the next one? Okay, so in this center area, what we would like to see is a steel structure. On this structure, you do see that there is a concrete pad. We do not believe that is necessary, as it does not fit into the budget. However, that sonotubing is where you would see that additional 24,000 as the option to put under those beams that you see, so it's secured to the ground. The asphalt would still be laid underneath that, so it still would be laser graded. I'm used to the infields. It still would be graded with a slight slope, I think a 3-to-1 slope off of the side, so that we don't continue to have this puddling, which is going to hopefully help in the future, that we're not going to have the issues that we have now. This type of pavilion, and you'll see that there's that weird little storage area under it, that would be to house the electrical for lighting, irrigation, and any of the parks, basically a park's electrical room, so that they have it safely secured, they can lock it, there's no access to it, and we keep that safe. This is one of the big conversations that we had with Little League. The fan experience portion of this that I kind of want to touch base on in scorekeeping is that baseball has evolved, just like everything else. The scorekeeping used to be the big crow's nest that you saw up high. They needed to have this big overview look of everything so that they could make sure that they're watching everything. They have the eagle's eye to everything, right? A lot of it has gone electronic. They can do a lot of the scorekeeping, the scoreboards, electronically from a phone or a tablet. So there's not that need for that upper deck or upper structured crow's nest area. one of the biggest complaints that we always heard with what was down there is that a mom watching one field could not see to the other side. So you couldn't ever watch your kids playing multiple games at the same time due to our small area and the size of our town. It's very typical that moms were watching multiple games at once, and so that's hard. This type of area, we do think that we could put tables under there. You could have parties there. I mean, the kids that enjoy baseball want to be there 90% of the time. And you could do lots of different things under here. It's a good space. It would be 40 by 40, which still leaves roughly 25 feet of walking area on the outside of it. So the fencing in the middle was 79 feet to 79 feet across. And they said whoever did that originally, it's spot on. They are centered to each other. You can draw a chalk line and it's straight across. That area, the way that it would lay out, and it's kind of hard to see on the TVs, sorry, would just be dead center. The bleachers, oh yeah, there you go. The bleachers would still be in use because it does not hinder their view. It wouldn't hinder where their location. The same setup would be exact. Due to the sewer line and the, I guess, need, or I guess I don't even know what word I'm looking for. The maintenance and the issues that came with the sewer line. The bathrooms have been suggested to be a future investment costs look at. They range anywhere from a small building to a large building. I mean, the cost on this it would depend on what we want. We could do, it's been suggested to put it there or on the other side of the northeast field that you would see in the same parking lot area because of the way the wind goes. And then that way we're not smelling the bathroom the whole time. Also the plus side is that connecting to the street sewer and water line is a lot less footage. So of course the cost there is going to go down significantly. If we did that, we do have the option of doing vault bathrooms like are at the shooting range. I don't think any of the parks have them. And I'm thinking there's another word for the other ones that they looked at. But so there are different options that we can do here. This is another area that we did discuss with Little League. For the last 2 years, I believe, 2 years has it been porta potties? Yeah. 2 years they've already been using porta potties because the Parks Department could not get the bathrooms functioning correctly. Now we found out it was the sewer issue. So people are already accustomed to walking out there and to use the bathroom. They did have them placed out so they didn't have the smell. So I don't think that would be a concern. And of course, there is a lot of benefits to having it out there. The running water and hand stations and different options that we have there. Let's see, what else do we got here? Sorry, I'm trying to synopsis of this.
Just where we had a place for concessions. Is that?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I do have it in here. That is a huge high priority for Little League. It is their number one. Do you guys want to talk about it at all? No, I'm gonna scare them. Yeah, if you want to. You don't have to. Okay. Huh? Kind of.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead. If that
No, that's okay.
So I'll just introduce myself. I'm Dawn Arcee, and I'm the president this year of Rawlins Little League. Last year I was the treasurer.
I'm Chelsea Monroe. Last year I was actually the concession manager of Little League, and this year I'm the vice president.
So for us, we are a nonprofit, and so we depend a lot on our sponsors. They do a huge amount for us, but the concession stand is our number one moneymaker for us. This year, I'm trying to think, almost tripled where we started in just our profit. And so taking that away is a huge hit to us just for maintaining Rawlins Little League. There's a concern if we don't have a concession, how long? I mean, it's great. The businesses are awesome and they sponsor us and they're awesome to work with. But my concern is how long will that maintain? The other part of that is just the field experience. We have families there that are there from 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock and they have their families to feed. We have food trucks and absolutely we bring those in. But being able to get a Gatorade because someone forgot or give them some hot dogs or whatever, that's huge for us as well. And we're just trying to make it a better experience for our kids, for our families, for the community.
I feel like our town has been working really well together during these kind of events. Like we've been bringing in all these food trucks, inviting them to these type of events, and then they're working really well with us as concessions too, and we're all being like really respectful as business, people in what we all offer. So sometimes we have like Ohana down there with their great beverages, and then we have a couple different food options down there because like Dawn mentioned, some parents are down there all night. They need dinner for them and their families. And then we have the concessions too with other quicker options, cheaper options. We have a whole range of different things for different families.
Okay.
So
Councilman Weisenberg?
with that, your plan is to provide your own food or concession stand at that point in time? Because at this point in time, we have nothing there, right? And so Little League supports its own self, so you're providing that on your own behalf?
Well, with the report, go ahead if you want to explain that part.
We've discussed different options. That's why we've got a couple of pictures up here. One of the other things that are important to them is storage. So I do think it's going to have to come down to, obviously, budgeting wise, where we can spend that money. They're roughly about the same costs for a food trailer versus a storage unit, or not a storage unit, sorry, a storage shed. The storage shed that we looked at was roughly 18 to 19,000. That was one that was pre-built and could just come in and be set. So there was no additional concrete costs for construction or anything like that. Food trailers, they're roughly, they could be anywhere from 8,000 to 50,000, honestly, depending on how stocked you get them. It's definitely a benefit that I see for Little League to have this. They have their options of taking it to music in the park and things like that. Go ahead.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So you, at this point in time, you're saying that the city of Rawlins you're proposing the city to buy a food trailer?
It's as an option. I mean, it's one of the things that keep going.
So I'll be the first to tell everybody here, and everybody's heard this, I'm a huge proponent of recreation in this community. My son grew up playing baseball throughout his whole life in this community and had a major opportunity to go other places. So I'm a huge proponent for baseball, for any recreation. I know we have Councilman Wells at the same time, huge proponent. But at this time, I just want to say that I do not believe it is the city's responsibility to supply that. Even if we had that, we probably should have maintained it and figured out a way to maintain that at the previous time before demolishing that building, and looked at some other options, okay? I don't believe it is the city's responsibility to provide that, and here's a lot of the reasons why is the storage shed also, okay? If you look at the upper level of American Legion, they're in the same boat, right? They're a nonprofit, same type of thing, okay? They have bought their own storage shed for the fields that they use, right? Granted, they do have a facility that they can utilize for concessions, but it's the same scenario. I believe if you, as a organization, need that or rely on that, I believe it's something as an organization you all should be looking at purchasing yourself. I'm not trying to be rude or have that interpreted like I'm not in support of helping, but I don't believe it's the city's responsibility to provide the funding mechanism for an organization.
The shed does have, there is some current storage down there now that both the city and the league utilize. I do see that also happening with this type of shed. There are options for the city for food trucks too. I could fight either way on it. I could go either way and give you guys a lot of options. We've discussed it quite a bit. So there are some further discussions that we could have on it.
Councilman Lumen?
Oh, sorry.
I think the city is responsible for replacing what we took away. This is your main moneymaker, was that building. And to just take it away and say, oh, up to you, I think is very unfair for the city to do to them. Although I see benefits to both, you'd have to look at the cost of both and maintaining of both. I think if we did get the food trailer, that would have to be something that the league would have to maintain and take care of and all that stuff. And then whose name is it going to be in? Insurance to drive it around. There's a lot of questions with that, rather than the building just sitting on the property. And would you put it on which side? Opposite the bathrooms, or?
It would go down actually the aisle between the, so if you're looking at it, the northwest and the northeast field, down that aisle. On the upper right to where you're looking at.
Okay.
Towards where the skate ramp used to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I'm not opposed to replacing or what we had there. What I am opposed to is a food vending trailer or a truck of such that the city would have to maintain, because there's a lot of liability with kitchen hoods and everything else. Not only that, but then we supply one nonprofit organization with a mechanism of revenue. That means we would be possibly liable for supplying other nonprofits with a way of garnering revenue, such as Cove that was here tonight, Pet Partners and stuff like that. So if we go any other route than a fixed structure at that ballpark, I believe we open ourselves up for some liability issues.
We do give options like at fundraising for roller skating, for the middle school dances. We do concession opportunities for that. We open that up for them as well.
And I understand that, but what I'm saying is if we were to supply, the city were to supply a food vending trailer or truck, mobile unit, if I have a nonprofit organization, would be entitled to the same as what Little League would be entitled to. So is how that would work. So like I said, I'm not opposed to rebuilding or doing something of such in a permanent structure on this facility that is there. I would be opposed to a food vending service of, mobile unit.
And I just kind of want to clarify that. We did not, the Little League did not ask for this food truck. That was not when all this happened, we would rather have a concession stand. This food truck was presented to us because of the standing water, correct? Correct. And rebuilding. So I just want to make that clear. We are not asking the city at all. This is all actually, this has been presented as to what is happening. We're just kind of going along and trying to support it and adapt as Rawlins Little League as we can to move forward. So never did we ask for a food truck. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that.
And unfortunately, she did just jump in on this, and we've been discussing it with the previous board before they had all gotten into. So they kind of inherited all of this.
Okay, so I would suggest that you solve that particular problem.
Okay.
Before we continue any further in this discussion.
Okay.
That part of it.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything else for us?
One other point I just kind of want to hit, not that it's crucial for your guys', I guess it is. Rawlins Little League is slated to host tournament this year, which is a great opportunity for the city of Rawlins. About 700 people would be coming in for the week, so that would affect hotels, restaurants, stores, everything. And so the problem, I guess the concern that Rawlins Little League has is if we commit that we're doing this, and I get it's a process, I'm concerned that we're going to get in and then not be able to host, and that's going to be an issue. But that's a great opportunity for the city to bring. I don't think the city of Rawlins has hosted a baseball tournament in several years. Unfortunately, the city of Rawlins in sports sometimes has a bad name, and I think this would be a great chance for us to maybe change that. But I know with the reconstruction, I don't know where that all stands. And actually, Nikki and I have had that conversation as well. But just kind of keep that in your mind too, that the Little League is set for tournament.
There's a certain degree of irony here. We're talking about a nonprofit taking business from brick and mortar businesses here in Rawlins. By running your concession stand, you're taking their profit margin. And the city would be the one paying to do that. We should not be getting in that realm. For the city itself should not be getting into that realm where we're funding competition for our brick and mortar tax-paying crews.
Sure, and I completely understand
Right.
that. We're not here to like try to convince you or fight you, or we're just trying to see how this is going to affect the season, honestly.
Councilman Garner.
Just to your point, we do it every day with the golf course.
Yes, we do.
So,
You're correct. We do. Not that we should continue to do that either. Ms. Jackie, did you have a question?
I guess my question is to Nikki, do you see us being able to host this tournament?
Yes. It is doable with the asphalt and the pavilion, both of which, if approved and able to move forward, we have anybody who's done estimates, we've explained, obviously, we have to go through the process of getting there, the bid process and RFPs and all of that. They do understand that our high priority is to get this done early spring, as soon as possible. That way, as long as the reality is, as long as the asphalt's done, we can make it work. Then it's safe, it's level, it's done. We would like to see that the pavilion's in there. It's also doable at the same time because the way that it's been explained to me that I obviously am learning about asphalt also. The way that it can be done is that those tubes can be placed for the weight bearing, which is going to help with the water issues, and then the asphalt laid around that and the building constructed. All of that is definitely doable by July.
Councilman Garner.
with the asphalt, I'm just curious. In the picture, it shows it extending out past the pavilion quite a ways down the down each field. Does it have to go that far? Do you have to have that much asphalt? Could you? I mean, because just for budgeting, if you didn't have to use that much asphalt out, and compacted it, maybe like a road-based style like you see on the county roads, and then the money you would save and time you would save not having to put all that asphalt out there, could you dump that back into a concession building? Does it? I'm just curious if it has to go that far.
Yes, and also we do have that additional 24,000 that can be spent unexpended and what's the word I used? Unexpected. Which would get us a decent sized trailer if we used it for that. That still would cover those asphalt. To directly answer your question, no, we don't have to. But those pictures that you see of the asphalt by those dugouts, they're about the worst areas.
Right, and I guess that's my question. If we took that back, took that asphalt out of there and then compacted that behind those dugouts, corrected that, could we get away from having to redo all the asphalt there, and the money we saved there, put that plus the 24,000
into that
to a building to get?
To a building, I could do the research on it.
I'm just.
Yeah, I'll look.
Councilman Weisenberg.
I worry that 10 months is what we have here for this, okay? Two things, to answer one of the concerns there, or what we could do. Yes, I think the city could go back, but it would have to be we'd have to look at the budget, because that 100,000 was already budgeted, so we'd have to make an amendment to the budget to reduce that or take that out and to put it into another fund. What I worry about too is several items on this list. I know they're estimates, right? But they're above the actual cost. And you mentioned RFPs, and it takes a long time to get RFPs out and everything going. So I worry that 10 months is a long time, or not enough time to get this done, and that we won't be able to host that. So I'm not opposed to going a different route for asphalt or other things we can make work for concession stands or whatever at that point in time. You know, like I said, I believe we do need a concession stand there. I don't believe we should fund the any other mobile type unit or anything like that. I'd like to give back what was there, 100%. I didn't like the fact that it was tore down, and we could have looked at a different route and maybe done a remodel on it or something of such, you know, to allow for a little cheaper and better expansion of something, other kind of facility at that at the VFW ball fields. But like I said, when I look at down through here, there's several things that are well above the cost that have to go out for bid. And as everyone knows in city government or any government, to go out to bid takes a long time, and there's 10 months. And when you get down, say 10 months from now, right? And when you actually get down into the building season we have, you're not gonna be able to start some of this until maybe March or April, you know, especially when you're talking concrete pillars and things like that. So I do worry that we're not going to make a deadline to be able to host this tournament.
Councilman?
One other question. Is there a plan for practices? Like, this is where they practice as well. It's not just where the tournament's going to be held.
The fields themselves are playable.
Are they going to be able to access the fields?
Mm-hmm. There's gates in the back and the sides that they can get to.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Or any other discussion here? Okay, now, so I would look into what he had asked about, both of them had asked about bringing that back, take some of the asphalt cost out, so you can use it in another part of your budget.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Executive session.
Sorry.
Councilman Wells.
I move to enter into executive session at 8:43 PM per Wyoming Statute 164405 to consider receive any information classified as confidential by law, to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against an employee, professional person or officer, unless the employee, professional person or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in the executive session.
Second.
I have a first and a second on executive session. Any discussion? If not, clerk, would you open online voting?
Online voting is open.
All right, we're going into executive session at 8:44.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Chris. Maybe there's some kind of a combination where you see what's in the truck, pay it back, and then they return for half of it. Then they have a fundraising network, and they can go around raising money through their little organization. And we
No, I didn't. I was gonna put up, and I couldn't see you guys. I should have picked it up.
could put it down lower. I'll give them a hand up.
We'll put it.
It's already so long.
Just say it. Well, under certain circumstances. Yeah, I'm gonna take the elevator. And Steve? We, after we discuss, after we discuss
Oh, okay. Is anybody else going in? Is anybody else going in?
That's so funny. She actually has a new vehicle, and she's like, I need another smoky. Where did you get that? FFBLM? Yeah. I'll have to tell her that. I can actually.
I don't know if everybody's signed it. It was just on, I'm usually the last, so I just assumed it didn't need to be passed on.
Some of them signatures. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know them all, so. Oh,
Thank you.
well, you're,
You check all of them.
probably, so I'll talk to you as soon as I
Oh, yeah. If it's something that I need to write about, that's right. Because I can't take it I don't actually need to use a pen. This just makes it way easier. And I don't even remember what I did, so I'm not connecting to the, because I did one of the others. So, I don't know. Which one did I do? I'll have to look at I did some other ones. I just kind of do it as I go.
So, I'll let you, yeah.
We actually are trying to go out monthly now, just to keep in better contact, have better communication. It's all, especially work, this always going on. So next month is
Or you could just do it like with the picture, and then where do you have to go? It would just be right on the background, but you could get more real estate,
Oh, yeah.
but the frame
So
would
I appreciate
look
that.
way
Thank you.
So, but I'll run it by you.
Okay, yeah.
Some templates or something.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hey, ladies. How's it going?
Hi.
Twice in one day.
Yes, I know.
Actually, for both of you, too.
I know. I haven't seen you in so long.
I know. We're both running around doing stuff, so. Good.
Just in case. Best thing about bureaucracy is its inefficiency, or we'd all be doomed.
Yeah.
things like that, how are they able to go honorary? They weren't in good standing.
There was those two. Yeah. So we removed Trace Hall. We worked for the city. He was president.
Do we ever remember how long they've been there?
He was there.
Those ones that I missed. The name.
And was Austin good standard? Yeah, he was.
Oh, he just took it.
Just took it.
Okay, I heard that he
No, he
actually let it go.
No, he took it.
How long has he been on it? 6 years?
That is pretty close to 10. I'd have to pull it. Maybe it's not.
It wasn't that long before I left. I see.
So I just met one of the three that are finally coming in because he's been sister. The other two are very much involved. One of them lives right there. The house right there. So he comes down the alley. In the back.
On the alley?
Yeah. Yeah.
Little gray house right there.
Yeah. So yeah, he's there quick. The other one works for plus one. He's a lot of fun.
Well, Scott will be able to help him out with us.
Yeah. And this, the dad.
That would have been a good idea, but yeah, I know it's like.
Yeah, he works for Pearl. He turns he's like, oh, sorry. I'm like, boy.
I just said they come in and show us who they are.
That's
and what they
exactly.
are.
I mean, they almost feel very,
So I don't care if they come in with all my crap. That's who they are.
you know, also we've got some really good mileage, you know, a donation I think back to organizations through the 5K. That's where 2 of the 3 new ones with group came from. So.
What's that? 16? Well, like you keep preaching to you.
Yeah.
You have a big one and you need some help. You can't get in the gear and go in the interior, but
Absolutely.
exteriors,
Come along.
we know what we're doing still. We're not old and senile yet, Al.
Well, see you out there.
Well, even still on the outside surrounding ground, you
Yeah.
can hold those.
Yeah.
Monitors, whatever you want.
Yeah, we're. And I think we have some really good overall, but I'm very happy with that stuff.
I am too. I'm keeping an eye on it. Just get you some more people on your paid staff list. Get you a candidate for.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of the city service schools done. And apparently. Right now. I don't know what I have to do yet. And I didn't say that. Most of them just automatically save stuff. But I should.
Not a lot for us to have to worry about.
No,
There are a
there's
few
not
things
a
that
lot.
we really have to.
Yeah, there's some things that the officers start, attention to that.
Now we need to get rid of that firefighter crap and all that stuff. There's no such thing as a
Well, I'm
firefighter.
talking to 2017 years. So that's what I just.
Give it back to yesterday, so people understand. We even look at it, we go, what were we doing when we changed this?
I found one glaring mistake, I'm like, oh. It has to do with eligibility testing and it gives you the reference, should, follow this chapter in the book. And it's the actual officer promotional testing, not the engineer, or the eligibility testing. Come on, yeah, we better make sure that stuff's right around.
Is this from Patrick?
Actually, probably, he might be. Most of us will do. Because all we have to do is come back.
We're done. That's what they're gonna come back and
That's pretty much
say.
what it is.
I just sit here
What
and,
happened, good, over.
I sit here and listen. I'm nosy. I'm like
No,
you. I'm
that's-
learning the process.
that's the point. I've seen.
Well, I'm running, so I got it.
I might next time, depending on how things go, but
What are you at?
3 right now. There's
No, you wouldn't be running against me.
alternatives and
You'd be
stuff,
going
and, you know, if whoever's in the ward isn't a problem, then you look at the at-large, you look at different positions.
Well,
There's
at-large,
different
the other
ways to
time
do it.
than the other.
Well, there's different ways to do it. You know, I could look at the city and how many jobs do they have failed, you know, and I could go do something from the inside if I really wanted to.
Well, it's like me, I'm on the fire commission and I'm gonna stay that way. The only time I can't do anything is when it has to do with the decision-making process. I don't do everything else.
Recommendations, use your experience, all that
Well,
stuff.
I can recommend
People on the assist, you know, like right now, we're working on our rules. Once I get those to the point where they're ready to be, well, the bidder review and everything else, they still have to.
We've got to approve them, they've got to approve them,
Yeah.
it's got to go to the
Yeah,
city
do it more
attorney.
than they'll have to.
Bureaucracy. It's the bureaucracy. If it was efficient, it'd be so much easier to run everything, that we would be doomed because they would run us all into the ground, essentially.
Just like tonight, I started getting a little bit upset with some of the comments.
The trailer is stupid, so city buys a trailer, any nonprofit can use it, you just pay a fee up front.
They do that?
If you want to go
What
on.
about businesses out there? You can't tell me that Kinder Morgan,
Oh,
all
yeah.
of them places would not go these purchases.
Oh, yeah, I know you could.
HS Sinclair, come on.
Oh, yeah.
They're more than willing to do this.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. That's what I was just telling you.
Well, I can see where Weisenberg was right. There's a liability with the trailer. And you are taking business out of it.
But they could go,
But
they could
but
go.
without anybody putting anything, why not call
I just brought it
Lena
up.
or all of them guys and say, hey, we need vendors for our baseball game?
Yeah, I just brought that up with them. It might be city property, but if they can get a couple businesses to come together to do a project, to donate a building that they can use with the right permitting, the city makes money, the city businesses could make money down there, and the parents would be happy because food would be closer. Everybody's happy with that. But they've got to go to a couple businesses and get them to come together. That's what I've seen there. I'm always being recorded. I used to stream for like 4 or 5 years and talk about the world, all the fun stuff.
It's not a super problem, and they tell her it's just.
Actually, these guys are pretty good audio pickup. You'd be surprised what they can hear. I've reviewed a few times.
What's happening?
And I'm okay with it because that's what they think is. I'm, like I said, learning the process, learning all the players, seeing how things run. Learning. Because I got nothing better to do. The only way this town's gonna stay afloat is leadership that's willing to make tough decisions, but I mean, that's definitely a good qualification. More qualified than I am.
You got an arrow on that map that says you are here?
bridge right under his finger there.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Right at the bottom there, Cedar Street. Sixth. I remember when this was all here. All this water. This used to be a creek, right?
Before we probably stopped the water up for town a little bit more. I would assume.
Oh, it's all underground now. It goes through there, but it's all underground.
Oh, it's just lower than that.
The only places it's not is this is electric. So the fire station is East Road, so it's not right in. So there's Ash, so it's right here. Well, it's gotta be right here because the creek is underneath, so it's right, fire station's right in front of where the water goes. That's a multi-canal all the way there.
So, anyways, so we had a work session, so we talked about easement.
If you don't know. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if it's Rawlins is built on, so
This side would be only because of the golf course.
if the Rawlins is all built.
Right,
It's
right.
gonna
The
end
mount-
up here.
The mountain ridge comes across here and then down this way, and it all slopes down, because I live up here.
Walmart right here originally was going to be built up here.
Oh,
They couldn't get something for it though, right?
no, this is,
The drainage, they kept saying they had to have ungodly sized drainage pipes
It was
coming
gonna
out.
be-
Why? That's so much higher elevation up there.
I thought it was going to be.
Right up here, well, right where the higher education center and all that's going to be. And then,
Higher center there?
that's right there.
Because that's the junction and the highway out of town.
But they wanted pipes coming down, so it could go into this drainage right here.
All this here, where that trailer park is and stuff though, does flood really badly through here.
Well,
Because
you
we
have
used
to
to have
define flood, how deep were you talking?
Just, I'm talking several inches of standing water.
That's not flooding my book.
Really?
That's standing.
Well, if you hitch properly.
Flood
yeah,
right
you
down
could
here
get it
now,
out.
this area right here, I agree with you, that can be underwater. But this cannot.
Yeah, no, that's on the hillside.
This is all, this is all.
But what got me over is just trying to require residents to buy insurance, flood insurance.
They're not.
They wouldn't be able to do it north of the railroad because it's the elevation difference would force.
You only, these are.
Is this what they're calling the floodplain?
All
The
right
blue?
The blue.
Yeah, and that's your railroad coming through right there.
here? Well, I can understand that, and then this is
Golf course.
golf course,
Yeah.
which, so what?
It should be.
But
flooded
they're already
because
pulling
it
all
needs
this,
water.
they're going under the tracks now with bigger pipes to get through here.
The pen is right there, and that is actually sinking so that they've got spots out there where you can stick your
Yeah,
hand in the
construction
wall.
starts on the new one, that's.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they've been trying for a long time
You
too.
have to go down, meaning
They've been closing units.
10 to 100 feet to put pipelines down here. So it's- there's two pens right there.
That's what you guys, somebody else was.
Yeah, there's-
Yeah,
There's
you guys, we
one,
were talking.
one is the west section, and the other one is what they call the south section. It's just built right here, this is the new section here. Oh, this one right here.
That one, yeah, that's the new one.
This is the old,
This,
this is still used,
no, it's not.
but
They
this
don't
one
use
right
that at
out
all.
here, no, this one right here they do. This is where the cells are at right here. But this is the main admin building.
Is that where,
Ooh.
The admin building's up here. I worked there for 6.5 years. This is your rotation and your main gates will be right here. Your admin building will be on the north side of that. This is the old facility, which we used to run perimeter around until they closed down the maintenance down there. And then they moved everything up to the north facility here. That's K unit and the original north facility here. the cells and stuff that they run are in this building. I've still got buddies working out there. But it's falling apart because it's all that area is just.
So why are you worried about this now after 125 years? Oh, okay. That makes sense. It really does. Hurricane before or hurricane?
I'm gonna put this out in the blue lobby.
So people can,
See you.
federal
So
government
people
can
can see
come
it.
get me for saying it, I guess, but if 200 billion taxpayer dollars were going to war, we might go find some stuff.
I got an opponent that's probably.
I got you. Don't worry. You don't even know me, so I'm just a crazy guy in the room. I did. I did. I suckered him into a conversation. Does everybody hear that?
Let's see what Lynn wants to do. It's been advertised. I didn't get no messages on it. What's for dinner Thursday night?
I'm not on dinner duty.
Huh? Oh, it's his,
It's his gig.
his
not mine.
nickel, yeah.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
we're
mine.
asking you what you want.
Oh, can you just- Oh,
PB&J's it is then.
Oh.
You said sandwiches are fine.
I'll bring yogurt.
I get a box of Uncrustables.
Actually, she's right, those sandwiches were kind of
They
good.
were-
Last time.
They were really good.
I was kind of thinking about maybe some tacos or something. That's fine too.
Yeah.
From where?
They're open on Thursdays, right? They're closed Tuesday. Is Tuesday, Wednesday, or they're closed, or Wednesday, Thursday?
Wednesday, Thursday.
We gotta move the meeting. No.
I told you to check, because you said it's Tuesday, and I was like, I don't know, I can't quit.
I'll find something.
No, I just thought they were good, they
Simple as fun.
fly in here.
It's easy. That's the
cardboard and someone would need it, so. Oh.
Yes.
Actually, you can hear pretty good.
Yeah, they're really good reception microphones. You can hear pretty well.
It didn't used to always be that way. You sit back and.
I know they turned
the cameras off.
So it sounded like
The
me.
sound is still on.
But it sounded to me like somebody played with the in-program settings and probably lifted a bunch of the audio.
So you'd absolutely have to know who that was to tell who it was. Because the cameras aren't there. You know that.
Well, nowadays, anybody can AI voice these. With just a couple words, the AI.
Well, if they wanted that,
replicate.
then they can go.
I'm more concerned with why the weather is still so warm. And it's October.
Have no control over it, just pure.
You only have control over toning down some heats.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it, I get it. Your control is limited to certain things. But, no, actually, interestingly enough, I said I've done some streaming stuff and talked online about some stuff. One of the discussions that I've been having against people with the climate change is that we're actually moving south currently because of the magnetic poles, approximately 47 miles right now. So we're 47 miles further south on a longitude standpoint than we were last year. It's an interesting thing.
North Korea's fault. Yep.
Sometimes they can be. Yeah, tilted the Earth is actually offering scientific data to confirm it. It's a weird thing. Standard, it's the standard magnetic shift in the poles. They've been studying it for a long time. There's actually a belief that, like, to bring extra magnetic properties to a lot of the compass and stuff, and then there's another one, the dragon something over in Japan area, where somehow secondary magnetic poles shift to. And the whole reasoning that actually could be probable is tropical glaciers. Nobody can explain them except for if the world turned and they were just cold enough naturally.
You know, some of these chairs are more comfortable back here. That's my seat. Yeah, that was your seat.
I'm a big math guy, so the magnetic pole thing really interested me when I was a kid.
Yeah, if there's only one through the state, that's strictly through the state. The transmission will be exposed. Yeah, that's the grant. Yeah, it was, it's, that's exactly. Okay, I wasn't sure. A lot of it's people off valves and, things like that.
Because if you guys can definitely come in and go, hey, we got this stuff, a little more cheaper, you show it.
Yeah, no, we've got the best of the that square at the bottom that they have this. Point out that it's safely concealed the fuel.
Slow down the middle.
So that's what it was.
I think I actually like remember that. What? It's my desire.
But anyway, that's what that was. That might be something under that metal structure. Because even that metal structure had a close door across it. Columns on it.
You don't need anything else, do you? I'll stop seeing you tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. I will, yeah, I'll be here. I did let him know he was going with that.
Okay.
Oh, that's my.
Yes, I was gonna either put it in my office or you can put it upstairs.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Yeah,
Sleep.
Dispose of this.
Oh, my goodness.
Shred it.
No, he got the truck back. I would have asked.
Got 2 out. Otherwise.
As soon as I come off. Okay. Turn it back up. Oof, Jackie.
That,
I'm hurrying.
You're
Welcome.
Oh. McDonald's or whatever it was. Thank you, sorry.
Well, you're good. I just didn't want to start.
Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to come out of executive session per Wyoming Statute 16-4-405 at 10:28 p.m.
Second.
First and a second, any discussion? Seeing as there's no discussion, clerk will open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Councilmember Wells.
Oh, sorry. Yay. I'm sorry. I'm ready to go.
Angry.
She's hangry.
Hangry.
Wondered she didn't say sandwich.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas. Thank you.
Okay, were there any objections for matters discussed in the executive session? Okay. Seeing that there are no objections to executive session and no further business, no, we do have further business. Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to approve the executive session minutes of September 17, 2024, regular city council meeting as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will open online voting.
Yay.
Abstain.
Online voting is open.
Oh, there it is.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Wells.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to modify the city manager wages retro back to July 1st, 2024.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm giving you time there. I'm trying to drag it out.
Supposed to say, anybody have?
So you'll have to do a, because it's not in the thing, so it has to be a vocal one, so you
Okay.
you would.
So since there's no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All righty. That one passed. And so if there's no other business to come before this body, we are adjourned. Our next meeting is October 15th, 2024.
And thank you, Steve,
And
for,
thank you, folks that stayed.
thank you, Steve, for covering for me.
You're very welcome.
I'll call Debbie.
Do you need me to give you a ride home, Terry?
You know,
I don't have anywhere to
Gary.
are you in your truck?
Yes.
Yeah, that, could you?
Yeah.
That'd be great.